24 City Council meeting to order. It's 4 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hannah, Councilmember Grubmeyer, Councilmember Alleman. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Newton, Mayor Bash.
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Now call upon Lori Sassoon to give us an update.
We are here for continuation of the budget workshop. I thought what we could do is that I would go through some of this presentation again, starting with the general fund. So kind of skipping the economic overview and just kind of going through these pieces. And if there's questions or comments or any other council dialogue, we can kind of pause as we go. That's my suggestion for how we go. So with that, is it the big button to advance? All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the executive summary of where we are. We still have those inflationary pressures continuing, but generally, really, it's a lot of normal expenditure cost growth, and a lot of that is regulatory requirements, right? We just have things other levels of government require us to do, and that's an awful lot of what we spend our budget on. And because of that, those contracted services and those services we use, those skilled labor, that's all more greatly impacted by inflation than other kinds of labor, right? So that is a lot of what we spend our money on. So just normal cost growth in this budget. We've also worked on those budget practices. I think we discussed this last time. Lisette and the team and I spent a lot of time digging into how we budget on the expenditure side especially, but also on revenue side, but more even on the expenditure side, to try to true up to where we historically have been. Budget is always an estimate, always. So we're just trying to refine that estimate so we're not in that situation where we project a deficit each year that doesn't resolve. So that's not a best practice in budget. We want to bring in a budget. It always comes in a little better than we expect. That's the goal, but not wildly better than we expect. We should be closer to the reality. Overall revenue growth of about 6.5%. And we'll dig into a little bit about how that spreads across our revenues. Expenditures, we're saying, are adjusted down about 6%. Again, that's not a result of budget reductions as much as it is about bringing our actuals in salary and other costs more close to actuals. So again, a little more bringing revenues closer to actuals, bringing expenditures down a little bit closer to actuals. How we did that, there's some bullets here that I won't read, but these are some of the ways that we looked at trying to refine our estimates to bring those closer to where we think we will land. The one I will highlight here, though, is this CAL FIRE transition to a 66-hour work week. This is a new, unavoidable cost to us. It does come with benefits to our service level, in my opinion, but it comes at a significant cost. But for this year, we've refined that cost to be where we think it will be actually, since that transition won't start till November 1st. And then as the Chief Weiser and his team have told us, on November 1st, they will not have adequate staff to fill every one of those new vacancies that's created on November 1st. There's going to be a ramp up. So we've factored that in. Okay, public safety contract costs. So public safety contracts will always increase a little bit every year with salary and benefit increases. For the sheriff, you see the number there, about 4. Fire is more, and again, that does include that transition to 66-hour work week. So public safety contracts, right about close to 40% of our general fund budget, and these costs, again, are really unavoidable to us. I think that's still a fantastic value to the taxpayer in terms of what we receive from these contracts relative to what it would be if the city had its own police or fire. It's excellent service at a reasonable cost, but those costs will continue to, slowly climb over time. Service levels generally at the status quo. So we've discussed this as team that, I like to say that basket of services we provide needs to stay about the same. The city's fiscal model does not sustain any giant or significant increases in service levels anywhere in the organization. So we're keeping generally status quo, with these exceptions here for the conversion of the one part-time to full-time. That's the one spot in the organization where we don't have that redundancy. We've also included that minimal level of backyard trail. We have a little bit of money in Measure R So not in the general fund, but just in the big picture in terms of service levels, because there has been a call for us maintaining backyard trails. And within the general fund boundaries, we just don't have the ability to do that. But working with a little bit of Measure R and some creativity on the part of Public Works and Fire, we're going to be able to make some progress. Like you saw some of that in the weeklies this last week, where we've done some of those pilot programs where CAL FIRE work crews were able to do some trail clearing. Public Works and its contractors were able to backfill with some DG and get those backyard trails to a minimal level of maintenance, not the same level we have in the front, but to better than they are now, make them nice and passable. That's a great benefit to our equestrian community, our walkers and so forth. So we want to be able to do that. But again, generally we're looking to keep service levels at the status quo because that's all we can afford. In the category of expenses we can't avoid, insurance costs. We're all very familiar with the insurance market. And I thought this is important to highlight again today, that about $650,000 of that insurance cost increase is in the general fund. That's a really big hit to the general fund. It's not just Norco. It's a number of the permit agencies that are in this spot. Just the market is, some of the worst that people have seen since the 1970s. It's just a crazy insurance market, and it's showing up in our rates. And some of this too is just how litigious people are. So PERMA sent us a chart about the numbers of lawsuits they've had over the years, and that just keeps climbing. So we've just become a world where everyone sues over everything. And even if we prevail in those lawsuits, there's a lot of cost in attorneys and research and resources. So that's certainly not helping. As far as labor costs, I think our labor costs are in a good place. We have, or in year 2 of a 2-year MOU with NGA, and then other groups we have agreements with of 2% COLA is factored into the budget, and $50 additional medical per month. So we do not have an agreement with the UWA at this time. And I do want to correct, because after Lisette and I dug into the numbers last time, Councilmember Grummeyer, you asked me why we hadn't plugged in anything for Public Works. But when we looked back in, we actually did plug in the 2% COLA for Public Works, even though we do not have an agreement with them. So that is budgeted. Okay, what we don't include. So we do not yet include any contributions to reserves or any other reserves that were created by your new policy. So we have these buckets that you've created for infrastructure, economic development. Some of those have some money in them, some of them don't yet. So that would be a goal in the future, to try to be to the good as much as we can so we can contribute to reserve. But the good news is the budget is balanced without the use of reserves. Okay, so here's the numbers in the aggregate. We're just right about on the nose balanced. And here we are where we see those balances as of June 30 next year. So total fund balance of 32 million, of that 19 million undesignated, and the balance is in your reserves designated. So next year, Lisette will be, and her team will be working on some recommendations about taking some of that undesignated balance and plugging it into some of your designated balances, just as a good practice. That gives you the big picture. So the council here has done a fantastic job putting the city in a very stable fiscal position. Okay, revenues. So like I mentioned, we're projecting a 6.5% increase. Most of that is a little bit of that true up in terms of we're recognizing more fully where we traditionally have gone. And you can see there, I would say the story here is very modest growth. So the very strong sales tax that we saw through the pandemic has moderated, and I don't expect that level of sales tax growth will come back. So that's just super strong for 2 or 3 years. Everyone really spending, generating taxable sales, and all of the economists and experts out there are saying that is not likely to return. So more moderate growth in sales tax. Property tax is still increasing. But again, there's not a lot of sales because there's not a lot on the market, right? So more sales generally is more helpful for property tax growth. When you have fewer sales, you won't see as much. But we will see some going up, some increase, the natural 2% in assessed value increase, but then also the ones that do sell are selling at a really nice price. We have included the projection of the new TOT from the opening of the True. We adjusted that to made it conservative, but the hotel is going to open, and that will bring us some additional and very needed revenue starting in this next coming year. Everything else, nothing really significant here. We did bake in those community development fee increases that you approved at the last meeting. Okay, so here are the highlights, and the percentage change on the right is maybe most instructive. That intergovernmental revenue that's a one-time small amount, and I don't recall what it is because I didn't. Oh yeah, that's a state mandated reimbursement. Yeah, put your microphone down. Stop anytime. So we submit for the state mandated reimbursement, those claims, and once in a while the state pays us off. So they paid us off this year, which was great. That was a little bit of an anomaly. That's coming. So that's great news. Everything else fairly flat. You'll see fees we're projecting are going to be up a little bit. About, you see that 29%. That's just recognizing again more realistically where we are typically. So you get to the bottom, that where you get to your 6.5. So overall, fairly flat-ish, I would call it. Okay, and this is just your historic revenue growth. And in the middle of the chart here, you see kind of, we had that bump for a couple of years, and that bump is not likely to reoccur. And then this is just a bar chart illustrating the same numbers we saw previously, just by source. I just want to point out the property tax in lieu of VLF is now larger than property tax. So it's a great deal the cities got when they did that swap for us, because that is growing faster than base property tax. So that worked out great for the cities. And then this is a pie chart kind of showing overall. So sales tax still obviously our number one revenue by a very long shot, followed by property tax in lieu at 21. If we group those together. Okay, and then here's the same thing by source, kind of seeing on the franchise fee. You're seeing there that's some of the increase we're seeing from the waste management agreement coming in next year. Otherwise, not a whole lot here to illustrate. Okay, let's deep it a little more on sales tax. So HDL is saying 2.66%, and we adjusted that a little bit based on our historical. Keep in mind, this is not Measure R, just talking Bradley Burns 1%, which is Measure R tracks somewhere between 70 and 75% of base sales tax, roughly. So if we get $1 in sales tax, we get 75 cents for Measure R in addition. But this is just Bradley Burns. Okay, and then this is just a reminder of what property tax is. I think you guys know this. About 3 years that property tax in lieu of VLF. Because there has been such strong real estate growth, value growth in California since they changed the law, we were a huge beneficiary of that. You know, in the past, values didn't grow by 10 or 15% a year, right? They grew by 2 or 3 or 4 maybe, and now we've just had some huge value growth, and we've captured that. Okay, and then for us here, TOT is the big other tax revenue here. Prop 172, that was the public safety sales tax that was given to the cities back at the time of Prop 13, when we dedicate that toward the sheriff's bill. Everything else very flat. Business license is fixed, so that's never going to really grow unless we see additional businesses, because that would take a voter approval to change that. Okay, other revenues, franchise. I mentioned the waste management franchise agreement is going up slightly. That will be to our benefit here. Fines and penalties, nothing really material there. It has changed. Investment earnings, we did really well this year in making some changes in our portfolio, moving, diversifying out of just LAIF and into the camp pool. So we project will be roughly equal to where we were this year on that. That's been very beneficial for all funds. And then we're level on sell site revenues. We always put in a caveat here, community development revenues are a very fluctuating revenue in any city. Sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down. We try to estimate where we think we will be based on our experience. And same thing in community services and facilities, about flat. We're continuing to refine, especially at Ingalls, our events fee structure, try to simplify it, make it easier for users. And that'll be coming in the fee study that we're working on. Okay. And then a few small changes here. So where you saw the uptick in franchise fee, you're seeing the decline here in the payment that the hauler was making to us for billing. So a little bit of an offset there. We wanted to make sure we were kept at least whole in the new agreement, and we certainly are kept whole. Okay, administrative overhead. So these are the charges that the general fund is paid by other funds for costs that are in the general fund. So typically these are administrative services charges. So finance, personnel, IT, city clerk, city manager, city council, city attorney, all those costs are borne by other funds other than the general funds. This is where the general fund receives that money from our other funds. And we're working on a cost allocation plan update. That was a goal the council had in the strategic plan, and that is also kicking off. So that'll be great. Trying to push the button. Thanks. Okay. So expenditure side. So as I said, we've decreased from 23-24 estimate of 33. We're down to 31. Again, we're not making reductions here in terms of cutting services or cutting any sort of anything we're providing, but rather better estimating our actual expenditures. I went through a couple of these already. And that third bullet, or that second bullet down, I guess it is, under key expenditure categories, that's how we made that change in how we're projecting our personnel costs. And then that additional insurance cost here. We did have a one-time increase in our community development budget last year due to the general plan contracts that were approved, but that money's been encumbered and it'll be carried over to next year. So you see that reduction. And then internal service charges for IT are going up a bit because we continue to improve our IT infrastructure, invest in cybersecurity. I mean, technology is here to stay, and we have to continue to invest in it or we pay more later. So, and here they are by function. So you can see, obviously, sheriff, fire, those are our two biggest expenditures in the general fund. Community services is recreation now. Facilities and maintenance, making a really healthy investment in our facilities and in our parks here, around $4 million a year. Public works engineering looks comparatively small here because most of that budget is in water and sewer funds, because that's most of what we do on the public works side. So here you're seeing the other general fund components, land development, street maintenance, and so forth. Here's that same thing by chart. If we had our own sheriff and police department here, that would be much more like 75%. I'm going to guess when you had fire here, it was probably over 50% at least for sheriff and Norco City Fire. So it's a good decision. They are, especially the folks that have their own. The regionalized public safety services is just a very efficient way to provide service. It really is. We get great service at a reasonable cost. And we have a standing army behind us should we need it, right? That standing army will be here and take care of us. Same information, just bar chart. Thing doesn't like me today either. Cute. Okay, this is by category. So looking across all the departments, where do we spend most of our money on? So services are a people business. So when you see contractual professional and salaries at about 80% of our budget, that makes perfect sense because people provide service. So whether the people that work for us or people that work for other companies, it's really how we get the bulk of our work done here in Norco. So this is and the fact that we're taking advantage of where the private sector is more efficient in certain areas. Can provide more cost-effective services, great. And we retain a skilled workforce that's got a lot of expertise in what they do here. They are very loyal. They're very committed to their work. It's just a great hybrid model here for us. And here that same information is by category. So you'll see salaries and benefits, we're actually projecting down a little bit. Again, that's reflecting where we think we will actually spend. Same thing on professional contractual. On the community services line or community programs line, I just want to point out that increase from 125,000 to 175,000 for next year. That is our low-income utility bill program. So we've increased funding for that in the general fund by $50,000 this year. We just have a lot of demand and need for that program, so we're recommending that program be increased by 50,000. I don't know what happened, if it died or the light comes on. Okay, thanks, Dana. Okay, now I should. You're punking me, girl. What happened? Here, just keep it. You can just go. There you go. Maybe it's where I'm sitting. Okay, Measure R. So Measure R is doing really well this year. We're anticipating some growth next year, as you can see here. This is showing you where we can tend to continue to invest Measure R. The majority of Measure R is still investing in capital improvements. So we've got a lot here. You're going to see about half of that is streets. So we're really continuing to make progress on your goals around improving the infrastructure in the community. So go on to the next one, Dana. So this is a chart. You'll see, you see we've got about almost $11 million in street projects in Measure R for next year. There are a lot of, they're big projects. They're just a lot of big projects that Chad's got on the books here. And then some park and facilities projects. So excited to deliver on those this next year. Again, it's about 60% of that money in street improvements and the rest in facilities improvements. I think this really aligns with what your discussions with the Measure R Oversight Committee this past year about wanting to spend their money on lifestyle improvements, things that really support the Norco way of life, and take care of our infrastructure. We still have a long way to go on streets, but we're making progress here. And before we go back on that, I just want to make out too, a little projection for next year. So next year in the budget, what we hope to do, Chad and I have been discussing, is update our pavement management system with a new field survey. So it's been a number of years since we've done the work in the field with the truck that goes around and monitors the level of the street and takes a new rating. So that'll be good to do next year. But even without that, we know that pavement condition index overall has improved since the city's been able to make these kinds of street investments. So I know it's frustrating for some residents. They'd like to see it faster, as would we, but we're paying as we go. So we're not incurring any debt, just paying as we go, doing projects as we can. So it's been really wise. Okay, Dana. Okay, water fund. So the water fund is expected to use some working capital this year in order to maintain its service levels and continue the projects that are pending. So we have the funding there available now, as you can see. Even using some of that working capital this year, we'll still have a balance of 4.1 million at the end of next fiscal year. But this is just something to be aware of and to be monitoring as we go forward. And as you can see here, about almost 50-50 now between water use and fixed monthly. This past year, not as much water use because it rained so much. It's great for conservation. It's not great for water use revenues. Next year, we'll just have to see how that works. So in here you see the where we're budgeting for this next year. It's pretty simple in terms of where revenues are coming from, but you just see the portfolio is doing well, and we have budgeted, increased that budget projection in terms of interest earnings. Okay, where do we spend our money? So just about half is in purchase water and purchase utility services. So right about 50%, 51%. Rest in contract, about 16% of salaries and benefits. So again, this is a lean operation. This is not, tons and tons of people. It's a lean operation with folks getting a lot done. Here's that same information in a chart. Oh, go back, Jane, real quick. What do I want to point out here? So again, You see the salaries there. A lot of contractual. Okay, Dana. Sewer, so sewer continues to do well. We will be contributing to working capital funds. Again, this is information to kind of put in your mind as we think about the results of a rate study coming into the year, first of next year, that there may be an opportunity to adjust sewer revenues down. That may make it easier to absorb some sort of a water rate increase. But we'll dig more into that detail when we get a rate study. Okay. And nothing really of interest or note here. Corona keeps paying on their loan. Back one. Okay. And then we do spend the contracts on sewer cleaning, lateral cameras, all the good things that sewer people do. Chad brought that proactive maintenance program on, as I understand it, when he came on with the cities. That was really good investment also. Go ahead, Dana. And this is that same information, just in a chart. Really very status quo, no new services, no new. Okay. Recycled water fund. So this is exciting. Second year of our recycled water fund. So we have budgeted that $3 million earmark that was confirmed back in April or May, so very recently. So Chad has embarked on that drawdown with federal government, and we have budgeted for these first expenses in this fund. So that's pretty darn exciting. So design is underway as the first step. And we did apply for additional federal funds, just so everybody knows. We applied for another $3 million. And our justification to Congressman Calvert's team is that not only is it good for our community, but it's very good for the Navy. The more that we can underwrite the capital cost of the infrastructure, the better rate we can provide recycled water to the Navy for their lake and their uses. So there's definitely a federal benefit there. Okay, other funds. Gas tax, so this can be used for expenditures in the right-of-way, maintenance or improvements anywhere within the right-of-way. So from this curb to curb and maybe a little beyond the curb even with the trees. So this is how much we're expecting to receive. And then a little more into expenses. We talked about this last time. We're going to reevaluate this at mid-year, and if we will either adjust expenditures or transfer in revenue somewhere so that there is no negative in this fund. Did you want to add anything to that? Say it right. All right. Chime in if I don't say it right. Okay. Thank you. Go on, Dana. Oh, did you already go to MPDS? I'm sorry. Okay, MPDS. So similarly, we're going to have to start to align revenues and expenditures here. Here's the challenge. Again, this is one of those areas where other levels of government are giving us duties to do without funding to pay for those duties. So, for this year, we'll probably figure out a way to eke it out. We did make a note, a question came up about the benefits of the waste management agreement. It's absolutely benefit in terms of having them do proactive storm drain cleaning for us. That's great. But this storm drain cleaning budget that we've had has been for emergencies, for like just clean out something goes wrong. So it's a service level improvement having waste management work, but we are still going to have to budget for our emergency storm drain cleaning. Okay. But it's a great benefit having proactive cleaning. It's great for the environment. It's great for Norconians. Okay, so same org chart as before. We haven't made any organizational changes this year. Same departmental structure that you all approved, I guess 3 or 4 years ago now. Sheriff's budget, again, adjusting for actuals where we believe we will be. Lieutenant continues to learn our budget and work with Nicole and learn our budget. She's having so much fun. We did include the addition of 1 crossing guard at Alhambra and River Ridge, which does meet the MUTCD warrants for a crossing guard. So school district will pay for half that crossing guard, and we will pay for the other half. It's very not modest cost. I want to say it was less than $10,000. Okay, in fire, So the significant change here is that change in staffing levels to the 66-hour work week from the 56. Other than that, really no significant change here in this budget. So the real full cost of that will be in our next fiscal year's budget. Using current numbers, it's somewhere around $900,000 and change, $925,000. It'll be more next year, obviously. So we'll just call it $1 million. The full cost is about $1 million a year in next year's dollars, round numbers. Okay, administrative budget changes here include that conversion of that part-time to the full-time, but that was offset by a reduction in contract services. So we believe that we can reduce our dependence on bringing in outside resources so that there's no net cost for this first year. So, and again, that provides us with that continuity we really should have. Also includes that $57,000 estimate from ROV for election costs for 2024. Non-departmental. So this is really where you'll find that insurance costs increase budgeted. You'll find our retiree medical adjustments. UAL, for some bizarre reason, for safety plan went down by $250,000 this year. So that was super helpful. And this is also where you find the utility billing subsidy is budgeted here. Contractual professional, like last year, we just had a lot of different studies. And so that number just came down. We don't have as much activity in that arena this year. So some savings there. Okay, in CD, we have generally a little bit, budget has come down a little bit for a number of reasons. One of those is that with the addition of that in-house building official, taking more plan check in-house is really saving us quite a bit of money. So that's been great. Also, then obviously the big one was the general plan. That only had to be budgeted once. And code enforcement is now fully staffed with our 2 full-time people and 1 half-time supervisor. So a little bit up in the personnel actuals anticipated. Finance, same, not any significant change here. The change we do have includes those additions of it's Lissette's year to do all the studies. So fee study, diff study, cost allocation plan. So really important backbone kind of work that's got to get done. So I know we have a kickoff this week on cost allocation plan. Next week's cost allocation plan kicks off. I love this. I love these studies. You guys are going to have so much fun. Staff doesn't look very excited. It's fun. This is great. Community services. So continuing our menu of activities and programming, wellness classes, senior center, gym, a slight, like we talked about this, a slight increase of homelessness grants activities because we're in the 2nd year. You should have an email that Councilmember Grunmeyer had some questions about homelessness and how we're funding that. So provided her some of the information and sent the copy to all of you. So that's going to be a subject of continued dialogue. We're going to be taking that to the homelessness prevention subcommittee and working with them on that. Talk about how we can look at providing sustained funding for our homelessness prevention programs next year as some of these grants begin to roll off. Okay, Dana. Special events, still great. Concert start Friday. Hopefully everybody knows that. So a lot of great things planned. Kathy Acevedo, Speaker of Norco, is the new addition this year. That's very exciting. And then obviously the enhanced Veterans Day that we're planning on the 10th anniversary of the memorial. So that'll be great. Okay, homelessness prevention. This is what's budgeted. So we are at right now providing as you noted in that email, providing a higher level of service as a result of that SAMHSA grant. So the SAMHSA grant provided for cleanup in the river, but also provided for more motel vouchers, more assistance, more rapid rehousing. So we have a little bit higher level of service with that grant than we had previously. So at the end of this next fiscal year, that will all be exhausted. So that's why we have about a year to be working through how we're going to move forward on this. And I want to continue, like I get calls all the time about how we partner with Corona. And I always have to say, you know, I was not here. So the city, Norco and Corona collaborated and have done this really fantastic project together. It's very, very well respected throughout the state. Facilities and maintenance, again, no significant changes. really the focus has been to support Ingalls and the barn with our events team and continue to support the special events that make Norco our nonprofit partners and coming into rodeo season. And then on the capital side, obviously a huge project this year in the replacement of the bleachers at Marino. But that's not here in this budget. Okay, Dana. Public Works, I mentioned the backyard trail maintenance level, that call that the pilot program that we're doing using existing resource, a little bit of Measure R. Very focused on capital project delivery. And then looking at these new federal and state water conservation regulations. So the team, Chad and the team are putting together a memo for you that's going to be outlining this more. So this is something that all cities are beginning to wrestle with. And we'll be giving you more information about that coming soon. Okay, so moving into the CIP. Again, the team is super proud. Amanda and Chad were very excited to put together what we call a true CIP for the city. It really is a 5-year projection of our capital expenditures. Every year, you're going to see things roll forward and new things come up to the plate to be at that, if you will. So that's the goal here. And it's, of course, a plan. It's flexible. It's always your plan, council. If there's something you feel like needs to move up, something needs to move back, something needs off, you can always do that. So it's always a plan, but at least it gives us a roadmap to start with for the future. For example, there were no bleachers in our plan last year, right? But now there's bleachers. Okay, and this represents our, so we'll focus on that first left-hand column, which is which you see budgeted for this year, that $54 million number. Really the bulk of that in street and storm drain improvements, which go hand in hand. I know I've gotten a lot of questions from residents about this recently, about why we're waiting on certain paving projects. And really it's because we've got a storm drain project coming. So it just require a little bit more patience and a little bit of suffering to get there, but it really will result in longer term pavement life. If we're able to deal with the drainage issue and then pave, we're going to get more life, more bang for the buck out of those dollars that are being invested. So, okay, so where is that $54 million? So this budget summary is just the first year, and you can see here where all that money is going. So a little more than half in streets and storm drains, which are really related to streets. And here's that chart of all the capital projects we're doing. So this is not just Measure R, this is all funds where the projects are. Okay, so facilities. Some of the big ones you see over on this side. Senior Center emergency generator. Actually, we'll get ready to award bid at next council meeting, I think. Right, Amanda? Next council meeting? Maybe the one after. Okay, bids came back. We have to go back to Measure R for just a tiny bit more money, but we're going to get that project done this year. I know Amanda and I are really anxious to get it since the Senior Center is a cooling center. We were just recently informed by Edison that even though it's a cooling center, it will not be exempt from rolling blackouts. So we need to get a generator in there and have a place in town that seniors can go. And then doing the bucking sense system. I know Councilmember Newton and Councilmember Hannah and Newton have both been interested in that, but especially Councilmember Hannah has been very excited about that one. And then the HVAC replacement project is a very expensive project, but it just has to be done. We have to fix the air conditioning, and it's a very significant project in the CIP. Okay, on the fleet. So we provided you in the fleet budget, we have a few heavy duty vehicles that we need to buy this year. The one I'll highlight is that utility task vehicle at the bottom there. So this came as a recommendation of fire. Did I talk about this last time? I think I might have, Bourbon. I think you asked me about it. So we have that converted farm truck that we've been using. What they want to do is get a true 4-wheel, a Polaris that can actually put a patient on a bed in the back. They feel very strongly that they don't feel fully equipped to be up in the hills or down in the river. So they did borrow one from Corona and field test it to make sure it will work for us. And it did. So that's a new investment. They'll keep the one we have, and we'll roll it to the other fire station. So we'll still keep it. But this will be the primary response vehicle. Oh, and it has GPS. So if there's a crew filling in, they can find their way back. It's in the dark. I don't know how you find your way back out of there. So it's GPS to assist. So, okay. Yeah, this is that vehicle. Okay, and then on technology improvements, again, nothing terribly glamorous, but we are going to put in that permanent camera system in Ingalls. We did, Matt and Amanda and their teams did a temporary system that we had in place for Horse Week. We're going to do a full camera system up there so that we can have that for liability and security purposes. And then throughout the city, we just have security systems through in our buildings that need the regular updates. And then Matt's structured connectivity, AKA wiring, that just needs to get done. Okay, parks. So a lot of neat projects in the parks. One is that Eisen Memorial. So after the Palomino project, there was a donation made to do that Eisen Memorial. So that is in the works. That's called the Freedom Fighters Monument. Finishing the landscaping at the memorial. You know, Todd did that one side, completing the other side. And then the Parmenter Park parking lot, we just have to get it done. And that's a lot of NPDS. There's got a detention basin going in there, right, Amanda? That's where the yeah, and filters. There's a lot of NPDS issues in doing that parking lot improvement, so it's expensive. And then obviously the park's playground replacement that you already approved, so that's exciting. Okay, and then on recycled water, so we have our RCRA is starting their project, so we have a payment coming to them for their booster station. That's very exciting. And then working on a design for our own reservoir and booster pump station upgrades. And then lift station improvements. Lift stations just, they get old, they have to be replaced. They're very, very, very expensive. So gotta get it going. If anyone wants to tour a lift station, let Chad know. Oh, and then storm drain improvements. So these two, 4th and 5th Street, we're pinky swear are gonna get done this year. Right, Chad? We hope. Hope it's not the same contractor as the Berwyn-Hanna Bridge, right? And then some great paving projects on Valley View. So one I get a lot of calls about, I'm sure you do too. And then second, so. And some ongoing projects that were budgeted this year that are in process that are going to be done in the following year. The Silver Lakes Causeway. So we've been working on the conveyance from JCSC to us. It feels like it's about to happen. That's been going on for a while. Once that happens, though, we'll be able to finish building out that causeway improvement. And then, of course, the ongoing trail fencing replacement program that's been budgeted since Measure R came into existence. Water system improvements, we continue to use the money we have to do some of the high priority mainline replacements. You see some of them there. And then also the PFAS treatment system design, which I think is on the agenda tonight. So we have to at least get out to design. Those, even design, as you saw, is very expensive for the PFAS treatment. Okay. So next year, what do we see looking ahead? So I see that we need to sort of continue to preserve and maintain the services we have. And there's not going to be, significant resources available to expand that level of service. We have the Cloud Fire Work Week coming. The Sheriff's Department is under MOU negotiations for all their groups. So all their sworn groups are coming in. They're not solved yet. Remember, them are not up until the end of the year. So there'll be some level of compensation increase that will be passed through in their contracts. And then we'll be looking to do negotiations with all of our groups. Again, their 2-year MOU and salary resolutions will be up. And we'll be looking to want to make sure we continue to stay competitive. So there'll be some level of employee salary growth will need to be factored in. But sales tax will continue to sort of moderate. So that's a challenge. And then we have the issue of how we fund homelessness on a go-forward basis and continuing to build reserves for those long-term facilities replacements needs. And then water rates, we're just challenged there with the combination of new mandates for things like PFAS remediation, as well as just capital replacement and aging. Okay, so yeah, this is the beacon slide from Chris Thornburg. He's still confident. He's more confident than most that there will not be a recession in the next 12 months. I think we shall see. Okay. Again, I just love the idea of us continuing to focus. I think this council always had a long-term view. That's how you were able to do things like restructure how we provide fire services. because we are thinking about the future. And I think it's important at budget time. So, yeah. Anything we need to address? Okay. I think we provided you with some additional information that some of you had asked for. I know Councilmember Newton, we provided him with some information and copied you all. So most of the team is here. Michelle is out ill today, so she's sends her apologies, but we're happy to give you answers you might need.
Berwin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About 3 questions. What, the causeway, what are they doing to it here? I mean, it was built for short people and small cars, but,
So the causeway, we are going to be allowing emergency vehicles to pass underneath it, but also we're making a lot of pedestrian improvements so that if we have a big event at Silver Lakes, you can have people parking in the JCSD lot there. Also, you can have an Uber drop off and that they can easily access that underpassage under Hamner Road. And we would be able to, it's just a lot of ADA improvements, sidewalks, ramps, and things like that.
well, it's been a while since I've been over there, but isn't that for horses to cross under too, to get from one
We would
trail
also
to the
have, yeah, an equestrian trail underneath there, pedestrian access, and then also emergency vehicular access as well.
next? Okay, so they are getting ready to fix it up for all of that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then another thing, when's the True gonna open up?
I believe it's scheduled for later this summer, but we projected only till late fall, I believe. Alma, when do you recall? Is it October? August, September, Alma says they should be opening. So,
Okay, then I only got one other comment. I noticed on the trails, like $650,000. Remember, Kevin, what it was $25,000 a year?
If we had that.
Yeah, if we had that. But that's great. Thank you. Good report.
thank you. And Mayor, can I add to, Councilmember Han, I want to clarify too. So that causeway right now is owned by JCSD. So part of the idea is they're going to convey that land to us, so we own it, and then we'll make the improvement. So that's what we've been waiting for. I know that RKA Engineering's been working with Amanda to work the quick claim deed and get that deed conveyed to us. So then it'll come to council, and then we can proceed with the improvement. Yeah. Yeah, they own it. Yeah. They're not sure why either, I don't think.
Yeah, I do too. Greg?
Thank you. I'll start with a few. In non-departmental 724, I'm just curious on some of these. Placer Labs agreement. What is Placer Labs agreement for $30,000 a year?
Placer at Labs agreement, that's Placer AI. That is a subscription service that we just recently obtained that provides locational analytics data for us. So we know how many people are going where, what the demographics of those people are, and so forth. So it's a new tool to us that we've just started using. It's very interesting and so far very, I think, valuable. The jury's out. We're going to give it a go. But for example, that's how we were able to look at some of the data about how many people are going to Silver Lakes and also coming from our hotels and what are their demographics. We've been looking at some of our events, like how many people, people always say how many people come to things, right? This actually provides you with a tool to actually really see how many people came, where did they come from? You can generate heat maps of where
When
they
did
came
we
from.
start using that?
It's been about 5 months or so. Yeah, we're still learning it. It's a robust tool, but it's new to us. Nobody on our team's used it. It's not new to some, but it's new to us. So we're still
Do
learning
you have
about
any
it.
results yet?
Oh yeah, we've been generating reports and using them in house. And then some of the team did a training just a few days ago. Oh, it's tomorrow. It's coming up tomorrow. So we can understand the use case. Like for example, the community services team, as they're selling partnerships, they're able to actually say, oh, look, here's Day of the Cowboy. Last year's Day of the Cowboy, this is how many people came. This is where they came from. This is their average income, their demographic. So that can be helpful to us as we're looking to sell partnerships. So it's very interesting. I think we'll be able to use the data. Obviously, there's economic development uses for the data also, but we'll have to kind of give it a go and see how we do.
Just a clarification. This is on different inspections, whether it's, 740 Wildan, 752 building safety, engineering, inspection and plan checks. Am I safe to assume these are all reimbursables? Aren't they? I mean, we're charging for a plan check. Correct? So if we have
That's correct.
building and safety, we have $40,000 for Wildan. I mean, we should be seeing that money coming back.
Where it won't be reimbursed is where we have a capital projects, like on the engineering side, where we're using inspection services to manage our capital, and obviously we're paying for that. But anything that's on the planning and building side, we should be recapturing that in our fees. And we'll know better when we do our fee study, right? We want to be sure we're fully capturing.
Okay. Then under 724, other professional services, $50,000. What compromises other professional services?
So those are normally like we need a special legal team. We'll use that.
So it's just a placeholder and it's not allocated to
Yes.
anything but that.
This is just, as items come up that we might need services for.
Okay, so that money could be taken and applied to another category.
Like reallocated somewhere else?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm going to start with the sheriff. This is under 772. And I'm just curious that some of these costs is under general fund, conference and meetings. California Narcotic Officers Association training, $7,200. Would that not be included in the sheriff's contract? Why would we have to pay separately for that item?
Yeah, we budget for our officers to attend their trainings. This is typical of
Why?
how the stations do.
Is it part of our contract
I
that
don't
we have to
believe
do
so.
that?
I don't believe so, but it's to our benefit to have them trained in narcotics enforcement. So. I know, Jessica, do you know the answer to that? Like how we know which training is at the station level and which is at the department level?
Yes, so your set deputies are dedicated to Norco. So any of their specialized training or their traffic deputies, that their training is specific to their assignment here, generally is covered by the city that is paying for them. So that training only would be for, it's a conference for the 3 set deputies, Deputy Cooper, Deputy Wittenberg, and Deputy Lindsay. And if one of them were to leave, it would be whoever replaced them. So it's just set aside for them to attend that conference. Like the city of Eastville sends their whole set team to that, Riverside Valley
Sure.
sends their set team to that.
But is that part of our contract that we pay for this with our sheriff's contract?
In the contract, it talks about specific trainings that are included, but not specifically like if all their training is in the contract. But it does have some trainings that the county does cover.
Yeah, so the county covers all of their normal training, their PSP training, any
Right.
training that is for their career, but things that are specific are optional. So this is an optional training that you guys would choose to fund for them. So you can,
So we choose that?
yes, you can choose to, or you can choose not to
Okay.
for that specific one.
So those are funds also we could allocate to another category that has a shortage.
You could, but I would not recommend it. I think we're going to have a set team. We have to invest in them and train them appropriately, in my opinion. But yes, that's your discretion.
Well, okay. Thank you, Lieutenant. Well, I'm just going to just say that under all of this conference and meetings, yeah, we can say this all day long. Well, we should keep this and we should keep that. After I saw that we're going to spend $9,000 on feeding council this year, you know, I think we've all made it far enough in life to understand a meal plan. This $177,000, my recommendation is I want to see at least a 50% cut in that total.
The total of what, Greg? Can you direct
Beg
us
your
where you're
pardon?
looking? The total of what?
On, well, this is under all the, it's the grand total of all those divisions on 700. General fund conferences and meetings. It's in your book, right here.
Right, but are you
Oh, I'm
looking
sorry,
at a
the page
particular
number was
page?
the last one, 22 of 628. I think we need to just go through this and go, what can we live with and what can't we live without?
You said page 22, Greg?
Yeah, page 22.
Of which tab?
It's under the workshop.
Oh, in the front? Okay.
Well, the total was on page 22. This is in our main book.
So the total is the total cost of conferences and meetings in the general fund.
Yeah, it's $178,000.
I can't find it. Can someone assist me? I'm looking at A22. Where are you?
Right
In
here.
your staff report,
In your
under
big
budget
book.
workshop.
Oh. Got you. Hold on. That's on the iPad. I'm looking in the book.
And I've had this discussion, and I'll kind of shift gears a little bit. I think we need to go through this, all these divisions and start making some cuts. In Division 701, City Council, League of California Cities, I've had this discussion with the mayor that cities are dropping out of the league because of the position that the league's taking and not seeing the benefit for smaller cities. I don't see the benefit of remaining in the League of California Cities anymore. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' impression on that, but one leads to another. We pay that subscription, then we have the conferences. It just kind of snowballs. So we can keep that for further discussion if you'd like. So my biggest question of all of this is on waste management franchise fees. That when I looked at this, it was the new projected franchise fees are all going to the general fund, correct? When we met with our consultant, he put us on notice that since the rules have changed on franchise fees, there has to be a portion that's allocated to specifically like to streets for the damage that the trash trucks do, and that we could be challenged on that. And to me, that would be pothole repair, real pothole repair, not just throwing some coal patch and wheel rolling it, Chad, but restriping, tree trimming, all of that. And if don't hold me exactly to that, but out of all the franchise fee total, I thought it was around $700,000. The total franchise fee was to be allocated to street repairs, street improvement, whatever. And that was to prevent us from being challenged in the future. So, but I don't see that in the budget.
Correct. So we did not, let me back up. So you have a study that was completed that had included a pavement impact estimate, right?
Right.
So a piece of what they're paying us is not, we use the term franchise fee loosely, but it's really a pavement impact fee, if you will. What was the actual name they called it? Vehicle impact fee. That's what it's paid.
Mhm.
Vehicle impact fee. So that cost attributable. It is your decision how to budget for that. Yes, one way you could choose to do is to budget for that in the general fund. However, I would argue that the city more than expenses that amount of money in general fund in paving already when you factor in Measure R, which is a general fund revenue. So, but you could choose to do that. You could choose to set that money aside to do that and further augment paving costs or paving budgets. But we would need to go back and figure out how to solve for that then, because right now that's factored in the general fund.
Well, I think we should, since we've been warned that we could be challenged on it. And if we're challenged on it, now we're spending money with attorneys again. So I'd like us to consider that, how we were advised by a paid consultant, right? When we did that, to allocate that money to be offset to street repairs and the total franchise fee. That's all I have for now.
Thank you,
More
Greg.
to come.
Catherine?
No, I only had one question, and then when we get to this discussion on training, I'll contribute. Just when we're talking about the major sources of revenue, and we have our transit occupancy tax, when we look at these pie graphs that kind of categorizes, is that TOT going into the other taxes pie?
It goes into other revenues.
Okay, thank you.
Robin?
So I'll start with a couple general questions. When we ended the budget session last time, was the impression of staff that council didn't understand the presentation the first time it was given? And that we needed to have the presentation given to us the second time? And that was the reason for the workshop?
I just propose that as a place to start because you said there was a discussion about having more discussion.
Right.
Certainly not understanding that the council didn't understand, but the council wanted to have
discussion.
To have more time.
So we wanted more time and more discussion, but we burned 45 minutes going over the exact same presentation again. So I just wanted to make sure that it was, whether or not it was staff's impression that we didn't understand the presentation the first time and needed the presentation again for clarification. So that'll take me to my next general question. How does staff know what council's priorities are regarding the budget? Was there a survey done? Was there an email sent? Or is it from comments given during the year?
Well, I think that comes through, through your meetings for sure. I think the strategic plan is always the number one place we look for your priorities. When we meet together with you and hear from you what's important to you, that is all how we're gleaning what your priorities are.
Okay. So then I guess moving forward, how would council be included more on the front side of the budget going forward? So my impression is for the budget process, it goes to the departments and the departments develop a budget and then those come forward. The team looks at that, makes a proposal, and then it comes to council. I just feel like there might be an opportunity for council to be included a little bit earlier in the process so that we're not having discussions like this at the end where staff may or may not implement recommendations or changes or look at specific priorities. And I think, when the budget's good, probably not a big deal, but if we're going into lean times, I do feel like the priorities of the council need to be a pretty strong factor in the budget. And the way the format is right now, I don't think that the process at this point in time lends itself to that as we look at potentially having to make cuts or make priority decisions, because I get it from the staff's perspective in building the budget, but at the end of the day, the budget is a policy and a directive of the council, and council's elected or not elected and or contacted on the day-to-day budget stuff. Like, residents aren't going to come to staff to complain about budget items or roads not being done or any of the impacts that are potentially going to come from having to make cuts. So I would just like to see council probably included a little bit more on the front side. I get we have the strategic plan, we take notes during meetings, but I'll go back to, I just feel like this budget process in particular has not been either presented or conducted in a manner that I feel is inclusive of the council in a meaningful way. Specific questions. What's the threshold or evaluation for special events for keeping them or cutting them? So for example, movies in the park, is there attendance taken? Is there surveys or some other kind of resident input? And at what point in time can we make a decision that an event or a series of events is not successful and or we're spending more money in staff time than what's being received by the residents? I don't know who answers that question. if
Yeah,
it's
that's a great question. And I'm not sure the answer to that. I can work with Michelle and we can get you some information. Or Alejandro, do you want to speak to that? I'm sorry, Alejandro, I didn't see you back there.
Keep attendance for all of our special events. So we're happy to share that. Last year was the first year we did movies and they were at
second year. It was the second year. Because the first year I was like, oh, it's okay. It's first year. Last year was your
last
second
year was the
year.
second year we did movies.
Right.
Initially, the direction and what we had received from the public was 2 separate locations. So we went ahead and did them at Community Center Park and then concerts at Pikes Peak. Last year we heard a lot of, oh, it would be great to have them at Pikes Peak because it's like lends itself to that. It has that amphitheater style, right? So we took that direction and all the movies and concerts will be at Pikes Peak this year. Again, we'll continue to take attendance. We're happy to present that to council and then follow your direction.
Okay. So is there a threshold that staff's looking for or like how will that decision be
We're
made?
looking for an increase, hopefully, in the change of location, and then we can present those numbers and have them tallied for you from the past few years.
Okay, thank you. My other question goes to the AI question, and I know, Laura, you mentioned Day of the Cowboy and where people are coming from and tickets, but we have a ticket sales that tells us all of that information already on that particular event. So I guess as a member of council, if this has been used for 5 to 6 months and it's cool and you guys are getting information, why hasn't that been included in the weekly updates or something like, hey, we're spending this money on this? And I do recall staff talking about it. And you could say like, hey, it's really early, but here's some cool stuff we learned, or I'm just wondering why that hasn't been shared with council yet in some form or fashion.
I don't know. I can certainly do that. We have some interesting reports. I have one teed up right now, and we can provide you more information. But again, it's not like a turnkey. It's like a box of tools that we're learning to use. It's not like you just spit out one thing. So our focus was on Silver Lakes and learning how to use it to try to get the better data out of Silver Lakes and what we know, who's coming and who's going. And it's not an easy question. So we've been focused on that. So we'll provide you with some more regular updates on that.
Okay.
And then with regard to special events, we're having that training tomorrow. So we haven't officially utilized it for any special events yet, but we're looking forward to learn how we can utilize that system.
Perfect. Thank you. And then I guess the last thing that it's probably more of a, you know what, it's a comment. So I will go ahead and wait. I don't have any more questions.
All right. Do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments, Mayor.
closing public comments, bringing it back to council for discussion. Just for me, I just have one question at the moment. Is one of the things I'd like to see more in the budget and I don't know how to do it, is a little bit more focus on economic development. Feel like we need to come up with a couple of some more things, but I don't know how to do it because retail's dying. I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure how we proceed in that direction. And every other city's having the same problem. Nobody knows how to proceed. And then just to comment, I really like, it appears, Alma, that they're repainting the true, I saw the scaffolding up there. Are they repainting that blue? Well, there's a scaffold up, so I took that as a positive step. But anyway, I would like to see something in terms of economic development, but I don't have an answer for that because
So that there's a number of things we could do, but it would take resources.
no, and I understand that. So, but maybe a discussion of some kind. I don't know how to proceed, so I'm not being helpful yet. Who would like to chime in first?
I'd like to make a comment to your question.
Sure.
That according to this, under economic development, we're paying retail strategies $50,000 a year, or $50,000 for retail strategies. What have we gotten for our $50,000? Or what do we expect to get? And maybe that's your question
Right.
on.
I was trying to be
What-
nice.
No,
I don't.
they have been our one tool that we've had and been using. And they have been super helpful. And they are the only resource we have to link property owners with potential retail tenants. So as I've been meeting with council members, I've been briefing you on the report they gave us, which couldn't be shared publicly. And so we haven't had a chance to do that, council member, but I will share that with you when we do meet. So they have been the one tool in our toolbox, but that is a long-term relationship in terms of working with real estate brokers, working with property owners, try to help them tenant their spaces and to get some good people in here. So it's not, but again, if we didn't have them, we wouldn't be doing that at all because we don't have any resource to do that. So they're doing that for us. So it's very, 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 very beneficial for us.
Catherine?
So I have just a few things that we talked about. Just in response to some of the comments from my colleagues, we have our strategic plan that we really wanted to get done too before our previous city manager retired in terms of setting those priorities. I know some councils in other cities do an annual priority session in which they review kind of where they are and set those priorities. So wanted to put that out there if that's something we think might be fruitful to have a focused discussion on what are those priorities, especially as we hear different things from residents that may want to shift the priorities and then those are presented in line with our strategic plan. The second, and kind of talking about the events, I know one of the things that we don't necessarily have when we look at our parks and recreation or community services is cost recovery. I mean, I think ideally with many of our services, we want to recoup the cost of whatever it is, but that's not always realistic because we're providing a low cost service or free event in many cases to residents. And when we look at attendance at things, I think about like our senior center. I don't know that how many, if we're looking at attendance, but just if we wanted to have a policy discussion in terms of same thing, like what are our priority focus groups that we want to serve, or is there a cost recovery, or do we want to set some goals? Certainly. And then I know that the Silver Lakes data was mentioned, and looking at how many people are actually staying at our hotels was kind of this new software that we have. And so that's something that since I've been on council, a lot of times we're generalizing, right? We throw around the words like economic driver, but we don't have actual numbers. It's just kind of a gut feeling or an assumption or a subjective opinion. And so trying to get better data would be really helpful for us in making decisions when we're looking at what's really bringing people here and where are they coming and where are they spending their money and are they staying at our hotels? Because I think the data that was shared, a lot of people are staying at the hotels who aren't at Silver Lakes. It's not 100%. I remember thinking, I thought the number would be higher. And then in terms of the training, so I disagree. you know, we're only as good as the training that we get. And I would talk about this on two fronts, one council and the other staff. As council, we run for office, we get elected by the voters, but most of the time, our elected officials do not have a master's in public policy. They haven't, you know, have a master's in public administration. There are some that are out there. And so we don't necessarily come in with training for how to do this job. And there's a lot to learn. So the training that we get, whether this is separate from whether we want to stay in League of Cities or not, but certainly I think getting training on what the role of the council is and what our role is and how to be effective for me as a council member when I was elected is extremely helpful, in knowing our role and being able to work through that and work together. So that's one set, right? I think that we need training for council members. And the second is for our staff. Again, we're only as good as the training that we get. And I look at some of the things that have happened, I would say mistakes or things that slip by. And if we're not training our people, those are going to keep happening and we're not going to catch them. We're a small city where we have a small and a mighty staff, but if we're not giving them the tools to be successful, then that's on a little bit on us. You know, when we talk about the True Hotel, I think that's a perfect example of something that was missed that, you know, better training could have, hopefully should have caught, right? That we should have caught and tried to adjust that before it went through. So I know that, you know, I also know that a budget is an estimate. That doesn't mean that all that money is going to be spent. But I think it's really important that we train our people and that those of us that are sitting up here are trained as well so that we can be effective in our role.
Discussion? Maybe some clarification to that also, Catherine, is that I'll always agree with you. Continuing education is important, but what is required? Okay. Where we've had a couple instances where we haven't kept up on requirements. You mentioned the True Hotel. There's no amount of training that could have possibly been given to determine how silly that building looks. Okay. And I think that, to me, I look at that and I think it's more of when you have a developer come in and say, well, this is our model, right? This is what we do. And we bend over to that. Okay. It's just, now this is how, these are our standard colors throughout the country or whatever. And we just don't push back. But I don't see where training would have prevented that.
Well, I think our training our planning commissioners, right? So that they know their role, they know what they can do. I think that definitely helps.
Okay.
I think for our staff as well.
But let's say to that regard that you're newly elected or newly appointed to the planning commission, all right? This is your first year. Yes, you should go to the training. But do you have, as a commissioner, do you have to go every year for that? I would think for new commissioners, yes, that's important.
Well,
But
I would
to
say,
take the whole crew, all right? And then I look at that line item on 750, APA Conference, Planning Commission Academy. There's $17,000.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I would say when we look at our 30, 40, $50 million budget, that's a drop in the bucket to get a planning commission that will do the job, that will push back, that knows their role and learns every year the new things that people are doing. Because as a council member, I've been to that League of Cities training multiple times. Every time I've come back hearing about what other cities are doing, innovative ways that we can better our community and serve our residents in a more efficient, in a more innovative, and, you know, in basically a better way.
Okay. And I'll agree with you on that. that all of these are small little items, all right? Years ago, we had a pretty good president that said $1 billion here and $1 billion there. Pretty soon you're talking some serious money. All right? So these can all be little, tiny little items, but they add up, all right? And then they snowball. And then when I try to look at a bigger picture, you and Robin serve on the homeless committee, subcommittee, and you have a major shortage of dollars to continue that program this year. So, which is just a model excellent program. We need to find money to make sure that we're not going back. We'll go back at mid-year and look at it or try to find the money. Find the money today to support that program. And that's why I'm focusing on this one, is that see if you can cut it 50%. Still have your training, still have your requirements, but you could put almost another $100,000 to your shortage on the homeless program. And that's kind of where I'm trying to go in that direction.
Yeah, and I didn't come at our budget this year looking to fund the homeless program for next year. But I look at it as, where you spend your money is where your priorities are. That's always how it is in any budget or organization. And I think that we've had a lack of training because we've had a lack of ability to do that with funding. And I think that that's a really important piece to make sure that we have the best staff who is doing the best job, and that we have a council who's able to do that too, and commissioners who are able to do that too. So absolutely, could we look at this budget, and are we going to need to look at this budget and make cuts if we want to continue to fund our homeless program at the level that it is? We're going to need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I was prepared to do today, as our grant funding is through this next year. But for this year, saying that we should cut half of these trainings, I would disagree for all the reasons that I listed. I think we need to invest in our people, because I think we're only as good as that investment. And I think that in the long run, we're going to have things that are going to slip through. We're going to have, we're going to fall short of other cities who are out there learning about and staying more cutting edge and, able to reach residents and serve them in new ways.
I don't want to say we're disagreeing. I mean, I agree with you on that education, but and continuing education, but what's required. And even though they're small little items, am I assuming that you think there's no fluff in here at all?
But it's a budget. There's always fluff, right? Because the budget is just an estimate of what we think that we're going to spend. It doesn't mean that everyone's going to go to every training. It doesn't mean that every dollar is going to be spent. They're placeholders as the needs of the city are analyzed throughout the year. You're always going to over budget and over accommodate. The budget is just an estimate. It's not here's exactly what we're going to spend our money on all year. But yes, we are estimating that we will train our people, right, and send all to these conferences. But in reality, I know that is not going to happen. Not every single person on here is going to go to every training. I would be willing to bet money on that.
How much?
What do you want to bet? Can we bet at city council meetings? Is this
$178,000.
legal, Lieutenant? Listen, I'm a teacher, Greg. Okay, you want to up our salary? We can have that discussion. Otherwise, no, I cannot make that kind of bet. Right? A nickel, Robin says. $5. I'll bet you $5.
But Catherine, you're a craps player.
I love craps. Yes.
All right.
Best odds in the house.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's my nickel opinion right there.
And I would agree that we're going to have to look and make adjustments as we come into this next year's budget. Absolutely. Right now we're coming at a balanced budget. We're right where we would hope to be, I think, in terms of having a balanced budget. We've adjusted the budget for kind of things that have been way overestimated in the past. Those have been taken into account. Certain things are going up, CAL FIRE. So for me, a balanced budget coming in is where we want to be. And absolutely, we know long-term, we're going to have to make adjustments and shifts, especially if sales tax continues to plateau. And this is something that we've seen, right? Which is where Measure R, all of you worked so hard for Measure R.
So the last item I have on that is, Councilmember Hannah made the comment also, League of California Cities, I no longer see a benefit there. And I'm looking at you, Mr. Mayor.
Corwin? Any comments?
Yeah, well, I hadn't been in about 3 or 4 years, but it got to where that, I didn't think that the seminars were as interesting and educational as they should be. A few of them were, but as a whole, I think we're just walking around looking for the free stuff down there in the expo.
Any other comments about the budget?
I thought you were talking about that. No, I don't have anything else about the budget.
Robin?
So I have a couple things on the retail strategies. Before we had a consultant kind of designated to chase down some leads and do those kind of things. And thought it was interesting. A few council meetings back, the discussion was on restaurants and food service and all those things. And you know, if we have retail strategies, I don't understand why we're not maybe getting more information on that. We were told, you know, restaurants with alcohol sales and all of those things were where it was at. And I don't know. I just feel like we're maybe not getting the level of service that we need to in that respect. And I don't know if there's been any reaching out to other council members, but I know previously with the consultant, I could say, hey, like, here's a list. Can you just do some cold calls and reach out to some of these folks? I still think there's some options on the table as far as bringing some very recognizable named eateries to town that would benefit. The concern that I have is I would like to have some of those in place before Eastvale or Corona. You see Eastvale quite frequently is adding new places, and they've beat us to the punch on a couple. And I get it, they have a different demographic than Norco, but I think when we talk about Norco being in between some of these larger populated cities and having Silver Lakes and some of those draws, that there certainly could be an argument made. And if we're paying retail strategies, then I feel like that argument should be made on our behalf, and there should be a little bit more aggressive tactics used with that, especially with the amount of open property we have along the Hamner corridor. Speaking to the conferences and meetings, the increases in money spent in that area has been substantial. And when I look at return on investment, I'm trying to grapple with the amount of dollars spent versus the return on investment. Have mistakes gone down or been decreased? Is customer service up? There's a whole list of things. When we talk about the hotel, most of you are familiar with an issue on 6th Street as well. I don't think any amount of training corrects those situations. That's staff issues, in my opinion, that need to be dealt with. I'm leaning more along the lines of Greg as far as that some cuts can be made, and I get it. This budget year, it's balanced right now, and the quote unquote fluff in some regard has been taken out as far as step and column and salary. But one hiccup, one, you know, where we have an issue with, you know, slippage along River Drive, or one hiccup, and this budget's toast, because there's not enough of a cushion there to negate a hiccup should one come up. And I don't know, I guess I'm always kind of looking forward, and I think, you know, especially in the current circumstances, the discussions that would need to be had as far as like what cuts need to be made, where are we going to find money, where are we going to make shifts, what are the priorities, that format does not currently exist for us to have those discussions, because those times are coming. So for me, I guess it's about, you know, on the staff side, making some allowances for that, or taking that into consideration as the budget process is opened up in the following year. Um, you know, because you can go to staff, all the department heads, and say, okay, everybody's got to make a 25% cut, which that's fine. I think that's how most organizations handle it. But again, I go back to the final budget, and the repercussions thereof are on the shoulders of the 5 people that are sitting up here, whoever they may be. So, and again, I'm just frustrated because I feel like we've the process in general has not been transparent. If we look to the beginning of the budgeting process, super quick presentation, not a lot of time for questions. Hey, email in your questions. We got an email back with answers. But when we look at presenting a budget in a public forum, emails back and forth between staff and council does not allow for transparency in the process and looking at what are the questions that were asked. I know some of it will now go into public record, and there are some in staff reports, but again, I just, if I haven't made it clear, which I feel like I have, I'm really unhappy with the budget process and the way that it's gone this year. I don't feel it's been transparent. I don't think it's been fair to council. I don't know how it's been on the staff side. If it was felt to be adequate or inadequate on staff side. But I just think there needs to be some changes going forward, and the amount of homework that I feel like I've had to do to get answers and look at trends and stuff like that in the budget has been excessive. And I still have some frustrations with particular parts of the budgets and the percentages of increases in certain parts of the budgets. And I'll go back to what I said before. It makes me cynical. And it's frustrating because I just am trying to figure out like where staff priorities are and where dollars have been, because what I see happening don't match numbers, particularly on some of the questions that I asked in the email today. Things don't match up to me. So when we talk about employee recognition, and maybe some of the stuff has not happened yet, maybe I'm just hearing rumors, maybe things are paid for, you know, with personal funds. I don't know. But I'm just putting it out there for staff. That's where I'm at. So that's all.
Yeah, I don't have the email from Robin. I don't know why. But... Okay. So a few things for me. One, I really think there needs to be, I like the idea of Catherine's annual priority session. I think that the council needs to sit down, and rather than a, you know, session where we do which was fun, where we do a, you know, mystery room or something, I think we actually need to really sit down and say, where are we going as a city? I think in terms of the strategic planning and the 2050 plan, I think that's one of the things that's missing, is we really need to sit down and decide as a council where we're going. And if you guys are in agreement, I'd like to schedule that where we really sit down and say, where do we see Norco going? Because the truth of the matter is, the 5 of us actually understand the town pretty, I mean, between all of us, there's 100 years of volunteer experience sitting here. I mean, all of us, we all have different areas of the city that we totally understand. So I think that is something I would like to schedule, if everybody's in agreement. The events, hit or miss, you know, anytime we try to engage the community, one of the problems we're having now as a society is people are not engaging. They're on these things. And so if we have a film festival and maybe it doesn't quite hit the mark, but who knows, we might, if we get 20 people, 30 people, we may get 5 people that decide, well, this is the next step to involvement. But I think we just need to know what those numbers are. But for the most part, in the last couple of years since the pandemic, most of our events, aside from the film festival, and there's been nights when there were a lot of people and people have a great time, I think our events have been pretty darn good. But we're engaging the community. One of my frustrations is that, and I know we're sort of waiting for the 2050 plan, is that we've not made any headway on the gateway, Hamner Gateway, or the community center. And one of the things that's really frustrating, and I don't know how to force them to do it, is the bridge is a year behind. The Hannah Bridge, my understanding is it's Berwin out there looking at it, and it's getting in the way of all the equipment. Is that true? And then the other thing is the swap. How do we make, I mean, maybe that, and I know you're trying, I know Billy Asali's trying, I know Sabrina Cervantes tried for 3 years, 4 years trying to get it done. And there's got to be some way that we can make that swap, because the truth is we are stalled. And then the other thing is we need to engage that property owner that's right next to the American Legion and find out what the heck is going on there, why she doesn't return calls, or he or whoever it is. So the bridge opening, Caltrans lot, economic development, this is because we really don't have any. The truth of the matter is the biggest impetus we had towards economic development was when we had council people pushing it. And it's not any, we just, for whatever reason, we knew how to sell the city. And, we'd go to the ICSC conferences and things like that, and we just push it. And just for whatever reason, we go with staff, and it just all worked really well together, and somehow we did it. My problem is, and every city has it, and this is one of the arguments to maybe stay with League of Cities, is every city doesn't know people don't know what to do. They don't know how to proceed in terms of bringing in economic development. But I'm with you in terms of Eastvale. One of the things that, in terms of the trainings, maybe what we do is we go to the department heads and we say, what do you really need? I absolutely, well, I don't want to say absolutely. I mean, if the lieutenant said we don't need that, but when it comes to law enforcement and fire, whatever those people tell me, that's what I will go with. It isn't just I mean, I still don't know how the True Hotel got through. That went through Phil Jafarian, that went through a whole bunch of people. I know it was before Alma's time, but I also never understood how a week after CarMax was issued, a whole different set of plans came in. I've never understood how the Palomino project is 15 feet too high. There's a whole bunch of little things that I'm not seeing those kind of mistakes happen anymore so much. I know we have the one on 6th Street. I know we have the ADU that's kind of funky. And as Greg said, I just don't know if training would help that. But at the same time, planning, I mean, my God, poor Alma, how many new housing laws are coming in this year alone? So you have a planning, I mean, I've been through periods, the planning commission following your planning commission, there was a lot of problems that occurred. There were a lot of very funky things that went down, and they'd get mad at us and we weren't working together. So I'd be loath to get rid of the training in terms of that kind of thing. But maybe what needs to happen is the department heads need to sit down and say, what is it that we really are trying to accomplish in terms of the training? So I don't know. So that's kind of where I'm heading there. League of Cities. League of Cities, the seminars are getting better, but like I'm co-chair of revenue and taxation. There's a part of me, we kind of have to be at the table in terms of some of the tax things coming up. But my last seminar was about how do we implement the vehicle miles traveled tax, which I know our city is totally against. That means for every mile you travel, you pay a tax. I mean, it's an insane thing. And then they got a new twist on it. They don't call it a tax, they call it a revenue generator. At the same time, we do get a discount on trainings, correct? I mean, it's significant. My biggest problem with the League of Cities is that we will all sit in a room and vote. And what'll happen is that they all vote in this one direction. And the Amazon tax is a perfect example. Then the people that are benefiting, they go outside the system and they lobby against you. That's the one thing that's why most of the cities are leaving, because these cities will go out and the one where the Apple people are, Eastvale, they all went outside of the vote and worked against us. And that's something that I really didn't like. And then the other thing, I don't like the makeup of the overall commission. I think they're going in a direction that is not helpful to the vast majority of the cities. That said, I think we might have a discussion on it and just kind of look at it. One of the advantages I have being part of WRCOG, and I really am torn, Greg, on this, is WRCOG and RCA. I've learned that the biggest value is we make friends, and that's critical. And nobody would know really about our homeless program, which is actually spreading across the state. Thank you to you two. You're the guys that engineered it. They would never know that if we weren't members of the League of Cities. We might want to look into the contract cities that's trying to make inroads into the Inland Empire. The other thing, that the League of Cities is important, is that there might be a misconception that it's kind of a place where city managers get to come together and get to play. Well, that's kind of true, except that there's a whole level of information that gets passed between the city managers. And I'm not sure what that is, but I know Andy was not in favor of leaving the League of Cities for the same reason. He stopped going because he knew he was phasing out. So I think it at least deserves a discussion, and I think we just need more information on the League of Cities and how to proceed with it. Because I don't know, there's a lot of cities leaving. They're leaving. So I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I'm not happy. I'm not completely unhappy with it. The one thing I will say is that I am getting less complaints about staff. We're fixing more roads. I don't get the same number of complaints regarding the way people are treated at the desks. I'm not getting, I'm always getting great, except when somebody gets a ticket, always getting great feedback on the sheriffs and the fire department. But I'm not getting the kind of complaints that I used to get. So I just don't know what the nexus point is between the training and the level of service that we're providing. One of the things that Lori said to me, and I'll just be candid, I don't want to offend anybody. She said, I inherited a Norco staff. And that's no offense to anybody, because the truth is we had no money to pay you. It was awful. But what's happening is I think our staff is really coming together in a very good way. And I'm really pleased by that. And there's just subtle differences. And again, I don't want to blame people that kind of come from an old era. I think a lot of it is we have money to pay. We're paying better. My problem with some of the conferences is that I don't know they're happening. I'll be candid, I was really upset to find out the city hall was closed. I didn't know. And so all of a sudden I went, it was closed, and it was because there was some kind of a conference. Now, one of the problems I'm having, and Matt doesn't seem to be able to solve it, is I still don't have Robin's email. So there's a lot of times when I go, oh, I just don't have it. But I think for me, the most important thing for me is I think this council needs to sit down, the five of us. I haven't been pleased with the 2050 plan. I haven't been pleased with what I'm seeing. I feel there's just something we're missing. And I think the five of us need to sit down in a room and really say, what is it we're trying to protect? What is it that we want? What kind of business may work for us? And because I'm feeling kind of disengaged, and I think that we need to sit down and decide where we're going. So that's kind of my thoughts on this whole, I agree with we need to see the results of some of the things. I think so many good things going on. And my God, three of us, the things we sat through, I mean, the nights when you can't sleep because you're going, oh my God, everybody's leaving because we're paying them peanuts. I mean, all those things that we had to go through, no money. I mean, I can remember previous councils that the way a street was fixed was you said, oh gee, it's an election year, so let's put some asphalt out there. And then Sixth Street, it would blow up all the time because we wouldn't fix the pipes underneath. I mean, those are the really good old days. I mean, I went and saw the Wayne Macon lights and I cried because I've been trying to get new lights at Wayne Macon since I was a commissioner. So those are the kind of things that are happening that are the good things, the amazing things. But I think maybe council, we need to really sit down and say, where are we going to go? Where do we see the city going? And we have a very unique council right now. In my opinion, we have a very unique council that is very capable of deciding, understands the community, and I believe we should be charting a course forward. That's kind of my feeling. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think I like your idea of sitting down and going over priorities. When we talk about League of California Cities,
Jen?
that I think a lot of it is with the league's position they took on Proposition 1. Okay. And then I think we should also discuss with that why some cities are leaving and ones that are looking to leave, as you and I both recently learned. I don't understand the comment. Maybe it's just a clarification between you and Lori on I inherited a Norco staff. What is meant by that?
Well, what I meant by that is it's more of a general term. We just have our staff, even the existing staff, I believe the level of expertise has dramatically grown. I think that there's more resources for them to, I mean, I'm not going to mention any names, but we had, I remember 2 planning directors, one of whom you couldn't find his desk. And I mean, we didn't get rid of him because he knew where all the pipes were.
That was Public Works.
Public Works.
Okay.
And then we had another person that, you know, it was either get rid of the city manager or get rid of that person. And so those were the kind of decisions that were made. I'm not seeing those kinds of issues right now. I'm seeing a staff that is getting increasingly capable. And I just said this to Dana just right before the meeting. There's a very large city nearby that I wouldn't give you 20 cents for their staff. They just flat lie to their council people. I'm not getting any of that kind of stuff. And I want people to know that I'm not going to take a staff that doesn't lie to me for granted. Now, it's very possible. I totally understand where Robin's coming from, that there's a transparency issue. I get that. But I don't know yet if that's transparency or, I mean, let's face it, True Hotel, we approved it. Now, one of the things though that is important when we first went with Lori is that when we went by CarMax, which was an awful experience, but when we drove by it, Greg and I noticed 2 lights or some lights. The light poles were on the outside where you could see them visible. And we said, God, I wish we'd seen that. And Lori said, no, that's your staff that's supposed to see it. And for me, that was the moment when I realized that staff is going to begin to take some of the pressure off council. And that's really, Greg, if you think about it, we were all incredibly active. I'm sure we were pains in the butt, but we didn't have enough staff. Our good people were leaving. I mean, it was a very difficult time. And I think what's happening right now is we're going through a transition where staff is moving into a whole new professional mode that I like. And that's what I meant. I mean, you know, we had some wild and woolly days in the old days. We really did. So, yes.
Yeah, and Mayor, thank you. I'm glad Councilmember Newton asked the question because I I think I understand what you were getting at, but I think the issue for the team here is that the team is full of really smart, dedicated, hardworking people. But because of the city's, primarily because of the city's budget situation, but also maybe just because of some of the traditions in City Hall, if you will, there was just no investment in professional development. And so you can be the smartest kid in school, but if you don't get to continue with your professional, in your discipline, as we call it, and it's not that it's not required training in the legal sense, but it's required in the professional technical sense. Lisette, Daphne, we've got these financial professionals, but if they can never go to a CSMFO conference and go do training with their fellow municipal finance officers and learn about the new laws, learn about the new standards, understand the new things that are coming, it doesn't happen in the first year, but over time, they're just going to become low skilled, really smart people who work really hard. And and it's not just that mistakes are going to happen, it's that we're not going to be the kind of organization this city wants us to be, which is this kind of premier people who are really smart, doing a good job. And I think it's even more important in a small shop. Like, look at our IT manager. We have one IT manager and two pretty folks who are coming up in their careers. We could pay a cybersecurity analyst to come here and pay them $250,000, or we can send Matt to cybersecurity training and he spends his time doing that for us. So every one of those disciplines, those people, we have to be sending them to their things. I mean, our communications manager had never been to a communications officers conference. I mean, that's not good. We have to be able to send our team to be in their disciplines so that they can be upskilled, or we'll all start to become obsolete and we won't be doing our jobs for you. So, you know, the number you have here also includes commissioner stipends, so we need to back that out. But if you back that out, about $2,000 a person that works for the city is not a lot of money comparative to our workforce. It's really not, in my opinion. I wish we could do more. So I totally understand that the budget constraints, I really do, but I feel super strongly that if we have staff members, we have to have the funds to train them adequately and keep training them adequately over time so they can just keep being awesome. Otherwise, they're going to get frustrated with us. They feel like they're getting beat on because they don't know what to do because we haven't sent them to training. So I mean, I look at Alejandra, I look at Cindy, Amanda, they all need to keep up on their disciplines. Chad, the city clerk world is a whole nother kind of discipline that's really learned through fellow city clerks. They have a whole mentorship thing they do with one another. We have to pay for that.
Well, you know,
So-
mentioning Dana knows everybody because she's going to school with all these people and she's like my go-to person. So Dana, can you worm your way in here and tell me about this?
I mean, code enforcement, same thing. Our code officers now are participating in KCO training, getting their KCO certifications, doing that. They have to do that to be really good code officers and understand the tools. So it's just part of having a workforce that performs. So we have amazing people. Norco's so fortunate to have the team we have, but we have to keep investing in them.
So can we maybe ask that the department heads take one more pass through and what do you think, Greg?
I'd like to comment to Lori on that. And it goes back to the conversation Catherine and I had. But I think you need to use discriminating awareness on this, that continue education, it's a good thing, right? But you can't push your staff to go push, and let's go to conference, and they don't get their work done. Okay? There has to be a balance with it. Okay? Otherwise, you have staff members, all staff members, they aren't here. And the work doesn't get done. And then they feel frustrated because they're good folks, they're conscientious in their jobs. And me personally, I would feel, well, now I'm not keeping up, right? So there has to be a balance, and it can't just all be one way.
Robin, do you have any final thoughts? Catherine? Erwin? Greg? All right, so we've given you some food for thought, I guess.
Just in terms of next steps, Mayor.
I think we want to look at League of Cities, to have agendized that.
Can we put contract cities in there as well? So if we're going to look at those two, thank you for that discussion.
I wish there was, somehow we're gonna have to get some information.
I can get some information.
Yeah,
if you guys
and
are
then
interested.
I would really like to have a priority session with council, with the five of us. Does that sound okay with you, Robin? Greg? Berwin?
So are you thinking like a afternoon or like a Saturday where we just
We
come
don't, I want to
in?
make this actually really hard. A few years ago, we did a session where they brought somebody in. I don't know if that's necessary. What do you think, Robin? Should we bring a person in to facilitate that, or should we just sit down and talk?
I really don't want to pay somebody to come in and facilitate a conversation. So
Well, I'm with you.
hope that we could.
I'd like to
do it
just sit down.
ourselves.
I'd like the five of us to sit down and really talk. That's really what I'd like, and not be directed and just say.
No, yeah, no, but I'm just wondering in terms of timing, like, do you want to aim for like a
I'd like to- well, the
Saturday? Or
thing-
maybe we can do a summer session or maybe a weekday while the teachers are out of school later in the summer. Would that work? Or,
Well, I'm very flexible.
okay.
So,
So we'll schedule a priority setting discussion session, like a work session.
I guess I'll give you some of my insight on priorities. Stop spending money. Okay, we don't
No,
need
no, I-
another
I
damn
was-
consultant.
No,
to
no,
tell
I'm
us
not
what we
suggesting we
believe
spend
in
money. I'm
No,
ourselves.
I wasn't saying we needed one. I was putting that out there because we
Yeah,
did
yeah,
it
that's
before.
fine.
And to
No,
be
I'm just
really
wondering, I
honest,
want to make sure we
It
understand.
wasn't very helpful.
I want to understand what you want to do. You're not just talking about like an item on the agenda. You're talking about a separate
No, I
meeting,
think we need to
like
have
a
a
separate
separate
day.
meeting where
Okay.
the five of us sit down and really sit, and I think it needs to be soon because we've got the 2050
Okay.
plan coming. And I think we just need to talk.
Okay. Sounds good.
I think that end of the dais is losing control.
Okay, so
But I do
What
had a
else?
couple, I'm sorry, Mayor, I do had a couple of concerns. What I mentioned about franchise fees and allocations.
Right.
Yes.
So what are we going to do about that for now? Because we can do, however you want to, we can bring it back next time. We can try to address that in the budget. We do have a July 1 adoption deadline, as you know. There are ways around that, we can.
Can I
I
ask
think
a
it ju-
clarifying question? So Greg, are you just saying that you want that part of the franchise fee allocated to a specific fund?
Yeah, that was by the recommendation of the
Can we
With
vote on that right
consultant?
now?
Yeah, this is your budget. You
Right,
can
yeah,
tell
as
us,
part
you
of
can
that,
give us
because that's
direction.
fine with me, and then we don't have to bring this back if
I
we're all
think
okay with
Chad-
taking the part
Chad
that is
should
for
have
street
some-
repairs that will go to the street,
Yeah.
our street fund.
I
then
just
it's
want to
there.
understand that will create a budget hole that we have to fill somehow. So we'll have to think about how we do that. So
You do it by reducing costs in other
I see what
areas.
you're saying, but I understand that that can be fixed at mid-year.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be waiting. We have a couple items that are going like, let's go to mid-year and mid-year.
yeah,
right?
$700,000
that-
is not a mid-year discussion for sure. I would agree.
But Catherine, I think Chad should be the one, along with Lori, on what that how can we use that money for street repairs, right? Out of that franchise fee so that we're not challenged in the future.
No, yeah, no, I understand. That's why I wanted to write the clarification is that we want to make sure that it's allocated to that.
Okay. Can I make a
Place.
suggestion? If we have a little time, if we can talk about this for a minute.
But everything goes in the general fund.
So here's my suggestion on how we handle that, Greg. And you guys don't have to decide how you like my suggestion right now, but I want to throw it out. If the concern is we want to be able to show that we've allocated that, let's say it's 700,000, that's $700,000 for street repair. What we could do is put that in a fund for street repair, okay? But then we could reduce the general fund, the Measure R allocation for street repair and fill the bucket back into the general fund side. We could swap. Okay, and that would meet the legal obligation, right? Without creating a general fund hole. So that may be something to think about. It doesn't net impact Measure R at all. They're still getting the same amount of street paving. It just solves the potential legal opportunity for challenge that you're
And
voicing.
that's
That would be my
concern on-
suggestion to think about. I see some heads nodding. I mean,
Should we agendize it, or should we make a motion at this moment to do that?
I don't think we need to even have a motion. If this is a budget workshop, there's no direction. The agenda, the budget's gonna come back for.
if you like that idea, then we
Right.
can bake that in for this
That
year.
was the advice we were given.
So what do you think of the suggestion?
So
that portion of the franchise fee should be allocated to street impacts caused by trash trucks. Whether that's pothole repair, restriping, tree trimming, you're aware of the magnitude of what that encompasses. Is that?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah. Sure.
Are
If
we
you're
all good
okay
with
with-
that?
okay, then we will make that adjustment in the draft budget. So do you want to,
Well, and Lori, it may not have to be the full amount. I guess that's on that challenge. Okay, there was a recommended amount,
yeah,
right? But make it a Colin thing also, that if we're showing the intent, maybe we put 50% of that amount in, okay? Anything to keep a legal challenge away from our door. Okay.
Berwin, you good? Catherine? Everybody's good? All right.
so I'm going to work with the departments to refine the meetings and conferences budget further to see where we can be refine more mindful and refine this. Then we're going to agendize a discussion about League of Cities and contract cities and whether or not we want to participate in either or neither or both. And then we're going to set a priority setting session on a day, not a council day, another day of the week for the 5 of you to sit in a talk about your priorities for the coming year and kind of where you see things going. Great. Maybe like a half day, you're thinking?
Yeah, we'll see.
A few hours? Okay. Maybe we'll aim to do that soon. Like I said, maybe we can find a date that works for council members who have 9 to 5, but we can do a Saturday if not. So, okay. And then I think and then the measure R versus streets. Okay.
Everybody good? All right.
Okay. So with those changes, then I think what Lisette will hope to do is bring it at your June 19th meeting, bring the budget schedules for adoption for that day with those changes. And if not, let me know, and then we can put on a continuing resolution. That's just, it's not ideal, but we can do it if you'd like us to do it. So, or call a special meeting for later in June if you want to do it that way.
Just one more thing. I still have concerns about the homeless program. Finding additional funding for that.
Okay. So if I can clarify, Mayor Pro Tem, so we are fully funded through the next fiscal year, through next June 30. So we're okay for now. But yes, we have a sustainability issue going forward in 25, 26. So this draft budget sustains us at the higher level we're at now through June 30 by Karen and Michelle's projections.
And we need to use that grant money.
Correct.
We
And
only
so-
have, we have a 1-year extension, so we need to continue because it's not
Yes.
money we can bank to continue at a lower service for longer. So we need to use that money for this year. And then we need to, but the recommendation, right, was that the subcommittee would meet, tackle it, and then bring our recommendation to the full council for discussion on how we'll address this, given that our
Correct.
grant money will end after this year.
Yeah, so we're good this year. Again, we're at that higher level than we were before we got the SAMHSA. So, but for 25, 26, it is a challenge to be addressed. So. Did I miss anything that was?
Seeing nothing
Did I miss anything?
more,
Okay,
this portion of the meeting is adjourned.
okay, great.
We go to closed
Restroom
session.
break?
Restroom break, then we'll come back and we'll go into closed session. of 2024 City Council meeting to order. Reconvene the public session. Any reportable action?
No, Mr. Mayor, there was no reportable action.
Pledge of Allegiance. I guess I'll lead it. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Renee and I were just talking, we went to high school together, 1992.
Oh, yeah. You, if you guys believe that, then, oh, no, never mind. I better go to prayer. Would you bow your heads with me? Dear Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to gather, Lord. Father, to come and, Lord, to hear and have discussion and make decisions for our community. And Lord, we want to thank you for, Lord, allowing us to live in this place, God. Lord, with our space, with our freedom, Lord, with our neighbors. And Lord, we ask that you continue to bless the city of Norco. Lord, that you would bless, Lord, our inhabitants, God, all of our residents, Father. And Lord, God, that you would, God, just continue, Lord, to, God, guide and direct our city government, our council members, Father. Lord, may we come, Lord God, to a consensus, Lord, in our residents, Father. But God, Lord, and sometimes there's disagreements, but Lord, may your peace, God, always reign over our hearts and our lives and our discussions, Lord, tonight. And Father, that you would bless, Lord, each one that's gathered here in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Renee. So sometimes, we get to introduce a lot of people here at City Council, and we get to meet a lot of people and lots of different events, but very seldom do we actually get to introduce genuine heroes. And tonight, we're going to meet some genuine heroes. City Council would like to recognize several individuals for their outstanding and heroic efforts during two separate critical incidents that took place a few weeks ago. During both incidents, a community member was in need of life-saving assistance, and these individuals were able to work together to provide CPR and stabilize the community members until first responders were able to arrive. I want to thank everybody for coming this evening to participate in this recognition. If you are here tonight, the following people, with the following individuals who assisted in these incidents, please join me. First off, the post office incident, Julian Sachs, citizen, come on up. Michael Manuelesis, off-duty Long Beach PD officer. And Brandon Yanez, off-duty RSO deputy. And the target incident, Patricia Castro, target manager. Maria Valtierra, target employee. Mark Clyde Baytek, target asset protection leader. Kessler Armbruster, fire communications dispatcher that assisted with CPR, AED instructions over the phone. So we're presenting these certificates, and I just want you to know that these are folks, regardless of what their position is, police officers, firemen, went above and beyond and saved lives. So I'm going to have Lieutenant Hall come on up and say a few words.
So, good evening. I just want to give a little bit of a history on what happened at the post office. So on April 3rd, there was a traffic collision. Off-duty officer, I'm going to butcher your name here, Manucelis. Okay. And Deputy Yanez were both there doing just off duty, doing their daily errands. Heard a crash at the post office, ran over, saw a vehicle had crashed, and a gentleman was having a medical emergency inside the vehicle. They quickly jumped to action, even off duty, just went right into grabbing the gentleman out of the car and starting CPR on him. And then Julian, who was working across the street, came over with an AED and started assisting them. And they performed life-saving techniques, CPR and the AED on the gentleman for approximately 10 minutes before medical personnel arrived. And due to their quick actions and just doing what is in their nature, they saved that gentleman's life. He was they got a pulse back, AMR got a pulse back, they transported him to the hospital, and the gentleman survived. He was having a medical emergency, which caused the accident, and his son was also in the car. So due to their calm nature and just their ability to think quickly, it truly saved that gentleman's life. And they're very humble. I just am meeting Julian for the first time, but both these off-duty gentlemen didn't want the recognition. I basically had to twist their arm to get them to come here. So just so you know what kind of people they are. So that's it. Thank you.
And just so you know, we were twisting her arm to get you here. So that was by edict of the council. We want to recognize heroes in our community. We want to thank you. So I'm going to have the council stand up behind us. You get a photograph. Came in from a fire. Hey, Chief, do you want to say a couple words? He just came in from a fire. I didn't see him standing back there.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me here, and thank you for recognizing these people for their life-saving efforts. Amazing work. The one that didn't get talked about was at Target the day before, the one at the DMV, and our Target folks went to work on somebody that had passed out in their car, called 911, and our dispatcher over here walked through the process, and they were able to save this man's life because of their efforts. So let's give them a round of applause for their work. So sorry I'm a little bit late. We had a fire in Rupa Valley. We had an injured firefighter. He's doing fine. But anyway, thank you for having me up here, and we're glad what you guys do. It takes a whole community to save lives. Okay, it's not just the first responders, and that's why we want to educate everybody. Everybody should learn CPR. Everybody should learn how to use an AED, and our dispatchers will walk you through the process. And we're so proud of all of you. So thank you so much.
We have one more picture with you in there. Yeah, Lieutenant, get on it. We're now going to move on to city council reports on regional boards. Robin Grunmeyer. I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
On May 23rd, I attended the Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees meeting, and they will be coming soon to present, to give an update on where we are as we are, well, mosquito season really has started. They are already out, but they'll be giving an update on where we are and trends. So looking forward to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hannah,
Nothing to report, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton. I just have a question, Lori. I know you're going to the TAC meetings. They just did a report on the amount of electricity that we're using in the city of Norco. And I know you're familiar with that. And I'm wondering if at some point you might be able to update the council on that and just talk about the savings and the ways we can save through WRCOG.
Yeah, you bet. We I think it was just about 6 weeks ago we
Yeah.
had the IREN update here where they shared that data with you. So yeah, as those projects moves forward, I'm sure we can provide an update at maybe every 6 months or so
Yeah.
and let you know how those energy efficiency projects are
And things that
progressing.
we might be able to tag into
Yeah, absolutely. That's
as
the
they,
whole.
as they come up.
That's exactly right. So we are participating as an IREN city where we have an IREN fellow who's working with our facilities and maintenance department to identify energy efficiency projects and get us some savings for the city of Norco. So yeah, I'll make a note of that.
All right, sounds good. And then for the RCA Board of Directors, the RCA is being sued right now for a substantial amount of money. We have, per our agreement, when you sell a piece of property to the RCA, you agree that we have 4 years to pay. We have an attorney that likes to sue the RCA, and he's saying he wants his money sooner and quicker. He's not going to win, but the point is we're going to have to go through all that. It's just one of those things we're going to have to spend money on in terms of the RCA, but it's a very, very important piece of property for the pathway, for the wildlife pathways. So just to kind of keep you apprised of that, I don't think it's anything to worry about. It's more of a nuisance. And with that, I will move on to public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding the consent calendar or matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. My first speaker is Judy Bonham.
Hi, Judy. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, I'm really tall. So, I want to speak on the general plan. I wrote a plan up because I just thought that Norco is Horsetown, USA, and I don't want it to look like Yorba Linda or Temecula. And I was very saddened by those things. And there's a lot of wonderful things that we can do. And I have some write-ups here for anybody that wants to know what my general plan would be. Because I think we need to talk to the people of Norco to find out what they think it should be like. And I don't know that 6th Street is a place to put walking paths when there's so much room between the shops and stuff. I think that would better be spent in, off of Hamner where you have all the businesses, the main businesses and stores. And I would like to see something happen to the gateway and the water area there. It just lays out. I don't want to read the whole thing because I won't have enough time. So if somebody would like to.
Could you give it to our city clerk and then she'll make copies for us and we'll each look at it?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we want, is that input. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Cahan.
Hi, Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. I'm here to recap the wonderful event that we had last week up at the memorial. We had a wonderful turnout. We had a great event. I'm here to thank Councilmember Alleman for presenting the welcome. Thank you for doing that. Robin, thank you for always with FFA supporting the events with the flowers, and especially for providing the inspirational invocation and benediction. We appreciate that very much. But I'm also here to thank the staff, because a lot of times the people that are in the event are the ones that get seen. It's the people behind the scenes that don't get the recognition, and they're the ones that really make sure that we look good, that the city looks good, that the commission looks good, helps make our events look good. So our commission doesn't have a meeting this month. We've got a bunch of vacations, so I won't be able to do this at our meeting, so I'm going to do this tonight. I just want to make sure to thank Amanda and everyone on her staff. They work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that everything's clean, proper, set up ahead of time, makes all of our jobs easy, makes us look good. But I also want to make sure to give a big shout out for what I guess is going to be the last time to Patty Ireland. For the 15 years that I've been involved with Parks and Rec and all the events, the literally hundreds and hundreds of events that I've been involved with, that Patty's been involved in. She's always been a workaholic, professional, make sure that things get done that need to get done. And there's a lot of things that get done that I don't even know that it got done, because she makes sure that everything gets done. So in light of her retirement and last day, I believe tomorrow, I just wanted to be sure to say one last time a big thank you to Patty, and I'll be sure to tell her in person, but publicly. But again, it's not just Patty, it's everybody, her whole staff, Todd and Ron and all the guys that work up there to clean and to polish and to just make sure. They were up there literally polishing the metals to make sure that they were in good looking shape for. So we had a wonderful event. Sadly, we did add 2 names, but when we do things in Norco, we do things right, and we can't do it without all the people behind the scenes. So I just wanted to thank everyone that was involved. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Our next speaker is Bill Naylor.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, and I hate to follow that item. It was really, I was there and it was really a nice event. I know that many of you probably have received emails and looked at Facebook and things like that. I know staff's had direct comments and they've even had special meetings regarding issues with e-bikes and the little motorized motorcycles, the little tiny ones that are all over the place. I know I've talked to staff, and I know some staff, including our city manager, even had a meeting today with some residents that were concerned, but they were calling me. So I just wanted to make sure that council is aware that we are having a real big problem with this. And I'm concerned that there's a lot of issues related to it. And because when I talked to the sheriffs, they said, well, there's different classifications, 1, 2, and 3 on the e-bikes and such, and they're trying to decide, well, what can they do and can't do, and where they can be and can't be. And there's also issues that they're trying to do some enforcement on them, but yet they can't. If they are running stop signs, I'm understanding, I have not heard this directly from the police department, but I have understood from some of the residents that the police have talked to that they are not able to pursue them if they're running stop signs because they're afraid that the kids will get hurt, running through a stop sign. But I'll be honest with you, if you look around, we're having a big problem, not just here in Norco, but throughout the United States, of people getting away with little crimes. They get bigger and bigger. And the little kids that are running them on the bikes or on the e-bikes and such, what's going to happen when they get into the cars? Today, coming down Hamner, I came to a stop or a signal, and I had 2 cars run right through the red light, full on red. And it's almost every time I'm out on the street, I have cars running red lights. So we do need to start nipping this in the bud at an early stage, and just want you guys to be aware of it. And I know that the staff's working on this, but I would like to see them get on it sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker is Mike Williams.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, residents. Thank you for the opportunity. Jeff, thanks for kind words about the memorial. That's why I'm here tonight. So you all who are not familiar, we have the West Coast Thunder Ride that we do every Memorial Day. And the primary benefit from the West Coast Thunder is to raise money for the Riverside National Cemetery. Last year, they donated $100,000 to the cemetery because of their ride. Typically, we get somewhere between 25 and 3,500 motorcycles. And we ride from Riverside Harley-Davidson out to the 215, past the cemetery, down to Marietta and back up to Storm Stadium. They have a big party, bands and everything else. It was a good concert again this year, a good happening. 2 days before the ride, we do the West Coast Thunder Poker Ride. And a few years ago, when I got involved in that, they said we need to find veterans-based memorials, something to go to. And I stood up and said, well, the Norco Veterans Memorial is a place to go. Out of 50 people in the room, maybe 4 or 5 knew about it, and we were all residents. Since that happened, and Ted Hoffman was the first guy that I talked to about it, and he just jumped up and said, absolutely, we should do this. I support it. We've been doing it ever since, and it's been a great venue for us to go to. Everybody enjoys it. We get a lot of positive feedback about that. This year, when we got up there, Patty had set out a sign out there, West Coast Memorial Run. I didn't ask her to do that. Patty's always on top of her game and really goes the extra mile. I'm going to miss her a lot. I've done a lot of work with her. Also had opportunity to talk to a few of the commissioners while I was up there, and because of that conversation, we're going to be planning a ride for our IE Hog group to come up there and visit the memorial and get firsthand knowledge and tour of that memorial. And I was also told that our mayor may come up and be part of that. And since, as far as I'm concerned, you're the #1 person on history of Norco, I'd really appreciate it if you could make it. Probably be sometime in September. So we look forward to having your inclusion there. I also took a friend of mine up there this last weekend. She is a master gunnery sergeant stationed at Camp Pendleton, and it really got her attention. She really enjoyed that memorial, had nothing but good things to say. So I want to thank the Veterans Commission. I'd like to thank the city, all the volunteers that helped to keep this memorial open. I think it's very important and one of the highlights of our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Our next speaker is Sue Bacon.
Hi, Sue.
Hello. Good evening. I'm here representing the Lake Narconian Club Foundation. We have our major gala coming up June 29th. I hope to see you all there. It continues to be a fight, sadly, to keep our history alive. And Kevin and Greg, all of you have been part of this and been a partner with the LNCF in making sure that we don't lose sight of that beautiful piece of property and what it could mean to this town. So it's a lot of fun. It's going to be at Galliano Winery. That should tell you something right there. But they have some great new additions, and we have some new additions to our to our auction, silent auction, and a raffle this year. So anyway, I hope to see you all there. June 29th, Galliano Winery. See you then.
Thank you, Sue.
I have no further comment, Mayor.
Closing public comments. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members have any items that need to be pulled? Do we have any public comments?
Move to approve consent items.
Second.
Please vote.
Kevin, did you vote? Oh, there you go.
Motion passes unanimous.
Moving on to 5, legislative matters, 5A. Ordinance number 1113, second reading, approving Code Amendment 2024-01, City of Norco. A city-initiated amendment to Title 15, Section 15.30.020, Hours of Construction Activity, and Title 9, Section 9.07.20, Noise Regulations Exemptions to clarify the allowable hours of construction for building projects in the City of Norco. Director Robles will be available if we have some questions. Seeing. Yeah, please.
And I understand on a second reading, so I don't, it's going to bring it back. But after further consideration, when we had the discussion in the first reading, I wasn't comfortable with some of staff's comments regarding construction hours on Sundays. Basically, my takeaway on that was, well, it's not allowed, but if it's quiet, if you use a rubber hammer, it's okay to move forward with it. I just was uncomfortable with that explanation, and so for that reason, I'm going to vote no on this item.
Any public comments?
No public comment, Mayor.
Close public comments, bring it back to council for discussion and action.
Move to approve.
Please vote. This motion was defeated.
Moving on to 5B. Animal Services Superintendent Sparks, ordinance number 1115, second reading, amending Norco Municipal Code, Chapter 8.04, quote, running at large, unquote, Code Amendment 2024-03. Do we have any questions, comments?
I have a question. I know this is the second read, but there was a guinea fowl that was run over on Second Street, and so I had asked if we have any data from our sheriff's department. Do we have any collisions that have been caused by people trying to evade fowl that are at large?
Yeah, we're working on getting to see if we have any of that data, but
Okay.
it's going to take a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any public comments?
No public comment, Mayor.
Closing public comments, bringing it back to council for discussion and action.
Move to approve.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to 5C, second reading, ordinance number 1116, amending Norco Municipal Code, Title 9, Chapter 9.07, noise regulations with the amendment of the removal of Section 9.07.080, subsection D. Do I have any questions for council? I mean, for staff, rather. Any public comments?
No public comments for this item.
Closing public comments. Bringing it back to council for discussion and action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to item 6, discussion action items. The order of the presentation for discussion items: 1, staff report presentation; 2, council questions of staff; 3, public comment; 4, council discussion and action. 6A, Discussion regarding a possible moratorium on new drive-through lanes for restaurants in the city's commercial zones. Community Development Director Robles.
Yes, good evening, council. This item before you is basically to lead into a discussion regarding placing a moratorium on drive-through lanes for for restaurants. So what I did is on your staff report, I gave a brief description on how that an ordinance is required to be adopted to establish a moratorium. So what that does is basically puts a stop on the land use in question to allow staff time to take a look at the item to see if it's, anything needs to change with respect to that particular land use. In this case, drive-throughs. In order to adopt a moratorium, an ordinance has to be adopted by council with specific findings, and it goes into effect for 45 days, and it can be extended. There has to be findings that have to be adopted, and it can be extended for another 10 months, 15 days, alternative, and then another year after that. So the purpose of this item is for the council to have a discussion on drive-throughs, and I'd like to kind of point out that again, the city is in the process of updating our general plan. One of the things that could be considered that because we are in the process, if drive-throughs do not align with the city's vision for the future, we can remove those simultaneously, with whatever comes up in the general plan. I'd like to also point out that currently drive-throughs require approval of a conditional use permit, and that's a discretionary approval on a case-by-case basis. So that is, we still have that control to, if it's not meant, for example, if it doesn't end up being compatible or it can't be designed to be compatible, it doesn't have to be approved. So we still have that ability to not approve a drive-through if it's determined not to meet the findings of a conditional use permit for example, compatibility. So there is that we still have in place. Again, drive-throughs require approval of conditional use permit in pretty much all commercial zones in the city. And with that, I will conclude and allow the city council to have a discussion and ask questions of staff as necessary.
And Mayor, can I add a couple comments to Alma's excellent presentation? So one of the interesting things about this topic is that as much as we as Americans have all become a drive-through culture, the drive-through restaurant really doesn't create any kind of sense of place. It's not a place people want to be and be with their friends and go. It just doesn't create community. It creates just people whizzing by. It's just not, and we're hearing a lot from residents in the general plan process, right? That they want places to be, they want places to go with their friends, people to come to visit or hang out with after church or after an event. So in generally speaking, I think from the professional staff, we do agree that there is probably we're reaching our limit of saturation in the number of drive-throughs that we need in Norco so that we can provide opportunities for other kinds of uses to come in that are really supportive. However, in speaking with the folks at Retail Strategies about some of these land use issues, they had some interesting perspectives that in some cases, we may want to permit a drive-through that is a recognized major chain brand, because from the leasing perspectives that they explained to us, and I'm gonna jump in if I'm saying this wrong, but that will help tenant the center. So for example, there's a site in town where there is a major restaurant retail that wants to do a drive-through, and immediately I'm like, I really don't like this concept. But if they go in, there is another sit-down major chain that is interested in a tenancy, but only if this other tenant is there first. And so there's this kind of symbiotic relationship with some of these tenants. So currently in the CUP process, what you have is the ability to pick and choose. You have the ability to make those kind of discretionary decisions. So perhaps another generic hamburger place on Hamner is not something you're interested in. But if we can tenant a center on 6th, say, with a really neat sit-down restaurant that's willing to sign a deal, if this other use comes in also as a drive-through, that may be something that you're willing to consider. So the CUP process does give you that sort of ability to decide where it's compatible and useful. The other thing that that Councilmember Alderman asked me about earlier was this idea of maybe a higher level CUP that we could consider adopting it would take a development code amendment, but you may want to see these drive-throughs. So right now, a lot of these go to Planning Commission, right? Maybe there's an opportunity to get those to the council. So there's just a higher level of review, again, to just make the bar higher. So that it's not a no drive-through ever, but it's a drive-through only if, right? It's a chip. that you can use to leverage other better types of development that you want to see. So very interesting concepts that we hadn't thought about in terms of where a good quality drive-through use can help you make a whole center work better financially from the leasing perspective. So
Do we have any questions on this? Any public comments? Oh, yeah, please.
So what are the findings that you would have to make to say a drive-through is compatible or not compatible on a project?
Well, one of the findings for a conditional use permit is that it is compatible with the neighborhood, yes, with the immediate area, along with the consistency with the general plan, et cetera. However, compatibility can, take many forms. So it depends on the layout. The layout, the drive-through could be, it just won't work for, to cause a, so to speak, layout issues, meaning, it can't be designed appropriately to work with any other type of development. So those are the kind of things that you could use to say, hey, this is not going to work, so to speak. So it's more of a, of a layout. That's just an example, is layout of the site plan that it won't work, or because it's adjacent to, say, a commercial, a residential zone. This drive-through is going to, be incompatible with the adjacent use. And those are the type of findings that could be included in the compatibility finding for a CUP.
For either approval or denial?
Correct,
on
yes, because we do have to make the findings for a CUP in order to make the approval. That's
Thank
just
you
one
all.
one example. of
So
many.
do we have to, two questions, do we have to make a finding to disapprove also?
That's
It
my
just be
understanding.
arbitrarily?
To grant a CUP, the council of the
Or
planning
not.
commission has to make 4 findings
Mhm.
in the affirmative. If any one of those findings cannot be made, like not compatible, then it's a no.
And then my second question is, so let's say we have a restaurant, a drive-through, but then we have a sit-down restaurant. Can we do an approval contingent on the second one signing on the dotted line?
in the context of a site plan with a single developer, you can say that you could condition and say this has to be built before that. You have a lot of flexibility in a CUP. No, to the lease, probably not, but in terms of the development, you would. Right?
Any public comments?
We have no public comment on this item.
Closing public comments, bring it back to council for discussion and action.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Excuse me. Question, Alma. Do you know how many drive-throughs we have in town? About 12, 14?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you a number, but that sounds about right, Berwin. Yeah.
So what?
Boy, it's way higher.
No, if you
Uh,
sit down there and count all of them, but
yes, yeah, it's more than that.
so
yeah.
So you're saying that we don't want any more drive-throughs? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, the discussion here is whether the council wants to stop that for a while until we determine whether it needs, we need to adopt specific development standards or what have you, or just eliminate the use altogether. So that's a discussion tonight amongst the council to determine whether we want to adopt a moratorium to temporarily stop that type of use from being approved.
Well, on another note, do we know of any other major restaurants that are wanting to come in? You said there's one that, a sit-down restaurant that wants to come in.
So there are a number of restaurant uses that would like to come to Norco. The issue is the lack of available space. So a lot of it is looking at second generation buildings. So restaurants nowadays are not looking to build new, they're looking for second generation. And there just isn't much of that in Norco that's available. So there's small spaces in some of the older strip malls, but nothing big enough for that kind of use. So that's one major challenge. The second challenge is, we have property owners are all over the board, right? We have some that are really supportive of a small business that wants to start their sit-down restaurants and will charge rents accordingly. And we have other landlords that maybe are not as generous with their rental arrangements. So it's the free market at work, the best of it and the worst of it, all at work here in Norco. So we do have interest. The issue is availability and cooperative property owners. So.
Okay, thank you.
So I was going to ask, Kevin, you'd asked for this to be agendized, so I wanted to see if you had any thoughts to share.
Yeah, what I want to do is retail strategies. I think we should maybe take their advice. We pay them $50,000 a year. And if they're saying that maybe we need to utilize the CUP process over and above just a pure moratorium, that might be a good idea, especially since I'm maybe hearing that we have a drive-through that may be coupled with a sit-down. That's what I'm hearing. So probably it's wisest to table this or vote no, or just let it go and go depend on the CUP process for the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I think at this time I wouldn't support a moratorium. Let the have faith in the planning department and planning commission to process this. But it's also where we get into trouble. And this is what concerns me, that we talked a little bit about it earlier in our budget meeting, that I want to put in a restaurant with a drive-through and I can bring this sit-down deal. So we compromise, okay? And especially when you mention like larger chains and things like that, that's where we're at fault. And sometimes we just kind of roll over with it. And I think that to the city manager's point that she was making, that more people want to see sit-down restaurants, and I think walkability and things like that. And specifically on 6th Street, and I think I know the development or proposed development that you're talking about, which you can bring that chain in. It wasn't a very good layout to begin with, the one I saw, but it impacts a residential neighborhood. But I think we have the safeguards in place with planning commission and a conditional use permit. With that, I'm not supportive of a moratorium at this time. But I also do want to remind you, Kevin, and Berwin, I think it was years ago that Kathy Azevedo warned us about drive-through restaurants on 6th Street. And it was just...
I was at that seminar with her when we heard about that.
Okay.
That it could be a real hit.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Well, I like the idea of it coming up to council, up in the level.
That was going to be my comment. So just because we're talking about right now the policy level decision of whether to allow them or not with the moratorium, but we have a CUP process in place. So I see it as having more eyes on things is better. And so looking at that big picture, direction in terms of what are the trade-offs that we're willing to make for that CUP. So I support having, this come all the way up so that that final decision and look can be made when we're talking about adding an additional drive-through.
So how do we dig our way out of this?
Take no action and see if he stands.
All right. So, Robin, you good with Berwin?
Is that direction? Can we have something? Yeah. So what would?
That's my question. If there's a consensus, Alderman's suggestion that we amend the development code to require drive-through CUPs require council approval also, then that I would ask for direction on that so we know that that's your direction.
I would like that. I mean, I agreed with Catherine. Berwin?
Well, only by appeal, right? So this would require planning commission review, and then they would just come to you for a review and approval.
This way they know up
Yeah.
front whether or not we're going to say yes or no, and they don't have to go through a whole process. Will they have to pay for that, same as planning, or?
Oh yeah, of course.
Just checking.
There's no free.
I'm just checking.
No, so instead
Free
of right
lunch,
now, you
even
have
if you
you
drive
guys can
through.
appeal, right? So the commission, say the commission permits something, you can appeal. I think the suggestion is that we would amend our development code to require for this type of conditional use permit, they would require a recommendation by the planning commission and approval by the city council. So they would come here. Right now, it wouldn't come. No, right now it doesn't come to you for approval. It only go to planning commission.
That is correct. That is correct. CUPs, the approval stays at the planning commission unless it's appealed to council. So what I'm hearing right now, there's a whole section in the code that talks about conditional use permit.
Right.
What we would do, right, I believe it just says planning commission unless appealed. But what we can do specific to that land use, we can just write it in there and say conditional use permit. If it's for a drive-through, goes to the city council. So it would be part of the process.
But don't we, well, I know we do. We approve the actions of the planning commission.
No, you just receive and file a report of their actions, but the developer doesn't know on the front end that they have to come to you, right? It's presumed that 99% of the time, it's what the planning commission does, right? Unless you take affirmative action to appeal. So I think the suggestion would be that they just,
I follow, yeah.
that way the developer knows they've got a higher bar to meet.
Yeah.
This is going to require 2 hearings for a developer. First hearing in front of the planning commission to give the recommendation, then a second hearing in front of the council for CUP. So it is probably going to double the cost of the permit.
All right, so are we all in agreement? All right, so moving on.
So if there's consensus on that, I think there was, because if there isn't, that's okay. We'd rather know and not do the work to amend the development code. So it sounded like there was consensus to move that direction with the development code amendment. Or not, or we're comfortable leaving it the way it is.
No, I think we're gonna bring it to council, correct? Berwin? Well, the problem is let's say you get a developer that decides he would like to bring a fast food restaurant to Norco. He goes to the planning commission but we may say, nope, we don't want you. And so they've had to go through the process twice. And so I think they need to know, I think it's fair to somebody who's trying to start a business in our community that they know up front by council that they could be denied.
I mean, I agree, just streamlining that process, just because this is an issue I think that the council takes an interest in and looking at whether we want to limit these in the community. And so being upfront about that. And as councils change, just not making sure that nothing is missed. And so in this case, it wouldn't be.
Robin? Speaks.
I'm a little conflicted because I see the process that if we're reading the planning commission minutes and we have an issue that we can appeal, and I know we've done it before and we've gone through that process. So I'm trying to wrap around in my head how changing the process streamlines it or makes a developer more aware, because for me, at the end of the day, we could still appeal it, whether they know that that's part of the process or not. So I'm just wondering if on the front end, if developers are told, just because you get a planning commission approval does not guarantee that your project goes forward, because any one of us can appeal it at that time. So how is that communicated to
Yes, of
developers?
course, because basically the approval is not final until 10 days, and that's the appeal period, and they're aware of that, absolutely. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, the council does have that ability to pull it to be heard by council.
Well, then maybe highlight to somebody with a drive-through, highlight that this may not go through.
Well, and that's why,
we've
right,
been
our,
doing
our decision, our discussion, to me, that policy decision of drive-throughs is on a different level per se, or a different amount of scrutiny than other decisions, in which case it makes that a little more transparent to, not a little bit, it makes it more transparent to the developer, because I see, this is my view, right, is that there's a consensus that we want to look at this specific use more than others. And so it just makes it clear that we're going to do that.
Or if they have a Trader Joe's connected, they go right through.
And Dana pointed out also that, the appeal hearing notice is is read out to before the meeting start or as the meeting starts, so that way all the applicants are aware that, anything can be.
Yeah, but I think we want a higher level for the.
Understood.
So leave it the way it is?
I think so. I understand the point Catherine's making, but it's almost laid it out pretty well. I mean, it's discretionary and, and I think it also, especially on Sixth Street, puts the burden on the planning commission to do their job and get tougher on these developments and understand, what we want to see in the future. And so, but I think we're still protected with it. It's like you said, Alma, it's got to wait 10 days and any of us can pull it and appeal it.
For me, as long as the fast food in particular knows that it's a higher bar.
But, and what is that bar? Because we're not, in our policy decision, our discussion, we're not changing anything. So if we want the planning commission to be tougher or to follow the direction, what is that direction? So that's where my suggestion came from, right? Is how do we make this clear if this is something that we want to look at?
Well, I'd say, Catherine, it's in the site plan review that's done by staff and the planning commission. It's where's that drive through? Where does it lay out in the site? Is it in the front, side, rear? And I think that's what planning looks at also.
But I guess for me, part of the discussion was this sense of place, right? Because of course, when we're looking at drive-throughs, we did this with Dutch Brothers, right? We're looking at all of those things in terms of compatibility with like the physicality of the location. But in terms of, is that a use that we want to have? Do we want to, how many drive-throughs do we want to have, right? Like how many are there in town? Do we just want to improve based on it works in that area? Or do we want to really look at, we're only going to approve drive-throughs if it's bringing in, right, another really important, economic development piece into our city? Because I would say, for me, it's the latter. Otherwise, I don't really have an interest in putting drive-throughs on every single block in Norco, but a person could come in and check off those boxes, and it could be considered, through the site plan review, it would work. So part of the moratorium that I heard that Kevin brought up in the discussion was, do we want to kind of limit this use? And if so, our city manager brought up, well, if we get rid of it, it could limit us in terms of, maybe there's a development that wants to come in, but, this restaurant, they kind of come together, right? Some of these bigger brands or bigger food places. And so the trade-off could be we take a drive-through, but we get these other really cool things that will come in that development. And that's not to say that that's going to happen. It's just with the CUP, we could approve it. So instead of saying no, we leave the option, but do we want to limit this use more than what it is?
Now you bring out the cynic in me that, with developers, it's like, give me my drive-through but I'll bring you this, and that, and somehow it never happens. So
right now there's 12 drive-throughs on Hamner Avenue alone.
And my concern is more on 6th Street.
So then is this something that we could bring up when we're looking at our general plan to update the zoning, for instance, to remove that CUP from 6th Street, right? To remove that
Yes,
from
and-
an allowed CUP use.
Sure, you could even, I would argue that there are no new, I would argue that they shouldn't be permitted on Hamner either, and new ones. I mean, there are enough, because every drive-through you add takes up space that could be a more desirable use. So at some point you say no to things so you can get what you want. So yes, those are absolutely appropriate discussions to have in the context of the general plan.
Okay.
So what do you want to do?
Well, if we want to leave it for the same and then have a discussion about where we want to continue allowing this within the general plan context, I think that that's appropriate because we're going to be looking at that. So
And
if we want to
maybe
limit
even-
it in certain areas, then let's do that as part of those updates.
Okay, sounds good. So no action. Did I ask for public comments on that? Moving on to 7, public hearings. Order of presentation for public hearing items. Number 1, staff report presentation. 2, council questions of staff. 3, open public hearing. 3A, public comment. 4, closed public hearing. 5, council discussion and action. 7A, call upon ordering the continuation of landscape maintenance districts, confirming a diagram, assessment, and annual assessment levy to districts number 1, Beezer Track 28765, number 2, Western Pacific Track 25779, number 3, Centex Track 28826, number 4, Norco Ridge Ranch Tracks 29588 and 29589, and number 5, Hawks Crest Track 30230. Director Hamilton.
Thank you, Kevin.
That was a long one.
Thank you for all of that. Good evening, City Council. Tonight, we have before you the public hearing ordering the continuation of these 5 landscape maintenance districts. We will be reviewing the budget for each district. So this year, we contracted with Webb Municipal Finance for our annual engineer reports. Webb Municipal Finance is a specialized tax consulting firm that has a great deal of experience in providing assessment engineer reports for municipalities. You will see some upgraded changes on these reports from the past years. We now have updated assessment diagrams that clearly depict the areas of maintenance in each district. In addition, you will see some line items that were changed from previous years. I did request that all landscape maintenance be lump summed into the top line item. Don't worry, these services are not being cut. It is easier for us to track it on the back end because the contract with the landscape maintenance district is for a do not to exceed on a monthly basis, and it's not line itemed out like we previously had. The other change is the tracking of operational and capital replacement reserves. These are shown so that we can properly track our reserves for each district. On May 15th, 2024, the City Council approved 5 resolutions providing for the annual levy assessments and to set the public hearing for tonight. Staff, along with Webb Municipal Finance, also held our annual LMD resident meeting on May 29th. In which we reviewed all of these budgets with the residents. It's important to note that only 4 residents attended this meeting. So on February 3rd, 1999, the City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 1. This district is comprised of 67 parcels. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along the River Road frontage of the track. The formation of this LMD allows for a maximum assessment rate of 5% annually. This year, the increase is $9.09. Overall, for this upcoming fiscal year, you're looking at a total district levy of $12,800 with a proposed annual budget of $13,700. The estimated beginning operating reserve is in the negative, about $4,700. Estimated ending operation reserve is $5,600. We do not have any capital replacement reserve in this district. Future adjacent development will help balance this budget if the district is annexed. If this deficit does persist, cuts to maintenance will be needed to stabilize the budget. On January 27, 2000, the City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 2. This is comprised of 219 accessible parcels. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along the Norco Hills Road and Hidden Valley Parkway frontages, along with interior slopes, wetlands, equestrian trails, and parkway maintenance. This LMD also includes Norco Hills Park. The maximum assessment rates for LMD2, as found in the formation documents, can increase annually by the CPI ending in March. The annual CPI increase for March of 2024 was 4.26%. This district is looking at an increase of $35.57. The total district levy is $190,000, and the proposed annual budget is at $196,000. So we do have a $25,000 CIP line item for the removal of the playground at Norco Hills Park. The estimated beginning operational reserve is in the negative of $10,500. The estimated ending operating reserve is also in the negative at $16,163. What's kind of interesting about this is the capital replacement reserve. You see that it's $25,000. This is just for us to track that $25,000 that we will be spending this year on the removal of that playground. But this LMD did not pass their 218 hearing in November of last year. We are looking at cuts in this district. We're looking about $6,000 a year in savings to remove the temporary restroom at Norco Hills Park. This restroom is a target for vandalism. It's not used that much, and we do not deem it necessary for the park there. We're also looking at a reduction in trail maintenance from 4 times a year to 2 times a year, and there will be no further CIP projects in this district. On June 6, 2001, City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 3, comprised of 82 parcels. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along Norco Hills Road and certain designated slopes within the district, as well as all equestrian trails in the development. The maximum assessment rate for LMD3, as found in the formation documents, allows us to increase the annual levy by CPI, which is also 4.26. This district is looking at an increase of $53.27 this year. We do have a total district levy of $107,000, and then we also have an annual budget of $107,000. So we're almost breaking even on that one. The estimated beginning operating reserve for this district is $3,581. Estimated ending operating reserve is at $5,276. Once again, we do not have any capital replacement reserve. This district also failed to pass their Prop 218 proceedings in November of last year. We are looking at cuts that would potentially give us $13,200 a year in savings. This is to remove the interior turf areas from the maintenance contract along with the irrigation. Now, this dollar amount, the $13,200, does not include the irrigation costs. That's something that we need to also see, but we would have an additional savings without that irrigation there. We're also looking at a reduction in trail maintenance from 4 times a year to 2 times a year, and no further CIP projects will be funded until we can get that capital replacement reserve up there. But really, we need our money in the operating reserve, so we just have cash flow and we have money for incidentals as they occur. So I did get a lot of calls this week about the potential cuts and things that some of the residents heard in our annual meeting. And I just want to clarify some things. Since both 218 proceedings failed, the city must wait 1 year to hold another ballot measure. If the residents do want another ballot measure that some are claiming, they will need to submit a petition with more than 51% of property owners' signatures requesting that new ballot measure. And just so everybody knows, cost of a 218 ballot proceedings average about $10,000 per LMD. On October 2nd, 2002, City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 4. This is comprised of 557 single-family developed lots, of which 25 lots on Mount Shasta only receive trail maintenance. So they have a reduced cost for their annual levy. The district was formed to maintain landscaping within certain slopes, irrigated and non-irrigated, fuel modification areas, parkway landscaping, equestrian trails, natural open space, and wetland areas. The district also includes the maintenance of Ridge Ranch Park. The maximum assessment rates for LMD2, as found in the formation documents, also increase by CPI annually. So for LMD4, we're looking at an increase of $40.57. For the 25 parcels on Mount Shasta, we're looking at an increase of $8.89. The total district levy for this upcoming year is Whoa, I can't even say that number. I'm tongue-tied right now. $533,986. Proposed annual budget is $533,995. We do have a CIP project scheduled. This is for the PIP rubberized surfacing at Ridge Ranch Park in the amount of $26,000. This district's always really been in good standing. The estimated beginning operating reserve is $211,750. Our ending operating reserve will be $221,750. Or we also this year, one thing that you'll see in these healthier LMDs is that we do have a replacement reserve. So the estimated beginning capital replacement reserve for LMD4 is 130,000 with an estimated ending capital replacement reserve of 156,000. So that's good news for them. On January 7th, 2004, City Council adopted Landscape District 5, comprised of 50 parcels. The district was formed to maintain certain exterior slopes, parkway landscaping, Hawks Crest Park, and equestrian trails. The maximum assessment rates for LMD5 are also increased annually by CPI. So this district is looking at an increase of $57.97 this year.
Not to interrupt you, but that's not monthly, that's yearly?
That's yearly.
Yeah, all of these are yearly, just
All
making
year,
sure.
yes, annually, correct. So your total district levy for LMD5 is $70,989. The proposed annual budget is $93,533. That does include the $40,000 CIP fence replacement project. This, for the past 2 years, LMD5 has been replacing their white vinyl fencing. We've made a lot of progress in that district, and we're going to do more. What we typically do is we piggyback off of Chad's contracts that he does for the annual replacement, so we do get a lesser price for them. So the estimated beginning operating reserve for this district is $56,443. The estimated ending operating reserve is $33,899. And then once again, we have the capital replacement reserve with the beginning reserve balance of $30,584, and then the estimated capital replacement reserve of $70,584. So our recommendation tonight for the council is to open the public hearing, hear public testimony, and adopt the 5 resolutions providing for an annual assessment levy necessary to maintain the landscape maintenance districts. And with that, any questions?
Any questions for Amanda? Berwin? Greg?
Thank you, Amanda. Before anything else, I wanted to compliment you and staff on your community outreach that you've done to move forward with all this information. Question on LMD1, Beezer Homes, where you stated future adjacent development. That project still could be years down the road before we would consider either a new LMD or annexing, correct?
Yeah, I would refer to Lori on that.
Yeah, okay. So notwithstanding, are we doing anything, do you think that, or we need to do on the deficit?
It's something to consider. We should take a look at that, but it's really dependent. If that development's going to come in sooner, then we can annex that. It's really,
Yeah, the developer's project is progressing slowly. I think after the first of the year, we expect them to have a submittal or ready to go. So the concept was that they would annex into this LMD,
Right.
and then they'll help to fund that gap essentially by spreading the cost across more homes, essentially. But you're right. Even
But
if
that would be a decision we would make as far as,
absolutely,
yeah.
that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Where's this?
The lobbies.
Oh.
Okay. So we're not worried about the small deficit right now.
not right now. I think
Okay.
we'll wait to see what happens with that.
All right. Thank you.
Catherine? Robin? Do we have any public comments?
Yes, I have one public comment, one speaker card, Albert Dietrich.
Did you, make sure if you want to speak, you fill out a card.
Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good.
Is it possible to put this map on the screen? LM2?
I don't have that access.
Okay. You had it on the screen before.
Oh, from the report.
For that, from the report, yeah.
Yeah, from the report. That's
Can we make it make the map bigger? Even bigger? Okay. Just
Okay.
thought I'd try.
okay. When I moved to Norco Hills, everything around me was green, and that's what I loved about Norco. In 2019, they cut our water and they stopped our maintenance. So we lost all the greenery. We were told that if the trees die, they were going to just cut them off. And I could not believe that a city would do something like that. But it continues. 5 years later, everything is dry. There is dirt everywhere. When it rains, the dirt goes on the street. And now the park, which is the only thing that was kept green, they're going to remove the playground because they say it already served its life. The playground is in very good shape. All it needs is a coat of paint. And I know that the ground, the flooring is rubber and the rubber dried, but they can remove the rubber and maybe put sand or something else that is cheaper. But I don't see why removing the playground would save so much money. Also, they're going to remove the bathroom that is being used by all the workers in the area. Trash pickup people use the bathroom, gardeners use the bathroom. Anybody that goes with horses there to the arena, they use the bathroom. I am there every day. I see people using the facilities. Now, it seems to me that if you look at the map, all that green area around our neighborhood, the Hidden Valley and Norco Hills Road, is taking all our money. It's almost $100,000 that we are paying between maintenance and water. We inside get nothing. Zero water, zero maintenance. Even the posts are falling apart and nobody even picks them up. They're just laying there. Yes, I understand each owner should be responsible for doing something like that. A lot of us are doing it, but some of them don't. So the city, if we want to see a beautiful city, a beautiful community, needs to help maintain that. So I don't understand why spending all the money outside our community, our neighborhood, will help inside that looks so run down. And so what I'm asking is that we share a little bit of the money to maintain our community, not to lose the bathroom, not to lose the playground, and to keep the park, because what's next? They're going to stop maintaining the park just to save more money? The proposal 218 we voted on, almost 50% of the people voted yes. It was 47 to 53. We lost by four votes or 4%. That's why I requested that we do another vote, but we have to wait a year to do another vote. So what I'm asking is that before you tear down the playground, remove the bathroom, that you give us another year to see if we can give you more money and keep our community beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
very much.
Our next speaker is Danielle Mills.
I lived in Norco Hills for 20 years and I've never been here before. I enjoy the city. I don't have a lot of complaints. I learned recently I live off of Longhorn Way in Norco Hills Drive, that we're going to be shutting the water off on a couple parkways of Crestview and what have you. When 218 was put out there, it wasn't written in a no disrespect who wrote it, it wasn't written very transparent and understandable. I've talked to 37 of the residents there and all education levels, and everybody has said the same thing. Most people voted against it, and now they're saying, well, I didn't know this was the repercussions of voting against it. I will have 51% votes to maintain. It's $237 a year to have grass. We want that. We walk our dogs. We ride our horses down the trail. There's another part of taking the grass out. There's going to be weeds. It's going to bring down home values. There's erosion. There's going to be hills running down the horse trails. Usually the grass catches it before it goes into the street, and we still have a lot of issues with the hills. Now, if you take out the grass, all that's going to run in the street. It's going to actually cost the city more money to maintain it, in my opinion. I also see a lot of discrepancies in this. We're called Beezer Homes. We are not Beezer Homes. We're also called Syntex. We are Syntex Homes. The lots go all the way to 229. We have 82 lots. It's also labeled at Norco Hills Drive and Hidden Valley, which is not the proper location. So I find a lot of errors in here. And again, I'm not going against who wrote this. I want to work as a team. I can get the votes and I can make it happen. I'm willing to pay myself if I have to. I want to keep our city looking good. I love where I live. If you drive in our neighborhood, 80% of the homeowners maintain their home very nicely. We have green grass, we take care of it, and we have pride of ownership. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
Nobody else wishing to speak before I close? Closing public comments, bring you back to council for discussion and action. Well, I have a question. Amanda, I have some questions. One, are we still maintaining Norco Hills Road? Because I noticed it's kind of getting dry. Because we spent a lot of money we kind of took
Yes,
it over.
we do maintain it. We do
So
maintain
how
our
come
roads.
there's the weeds and all that stuff there, or just it's so bare?
In the parkways or on the slopes?
slope.
The slopes, yeah, we're making our rounds with weed abatement right now on those slopes. So yeah, we will get to that. Yeah, we're just making our rounds, same as last year.
Yeah, that Norco Hills Road, we took that over, and we made a deal with LMD2 several years ago, and it was a really, really good deal. We would assume certain responsibilities. We figured out a way that you would become solvent in a couple of years. They didn't vote for it, and then because it wasn't solvent, we actually had an attorney come in and threaten us and say, no, you have to get the votes. You shouldn't be. I mean, it was really a mess. So the LMDs they're a huge problem. So the pass fail again for LMD2 was what, 5 votes, 4 votes?
It was 10 votes.
10
difference.
votes.
They would need 11 more votes to.
And LMD3 was what?
We needed 4 more votes to make that pass.
Okay, well, I have other comments, maybe. I'll bring it back to other council members. Catherine, anything? Robin?
Amanda, how many folks have approached you now with the new notification saying we didn't know or we didn't understand, or is there an ability to, on the part of the residents, to do their own outreach? You know, like if somebody comes to you and says, okay, I get it. I need to get 51 people to sign a petition. Like, is staff available to walk them through that process should they want to do that?
Yes, I talked to one lady in LMD3 this past week and told her what she needed to do along with for the petition. I did talk to her, and then I have been talking to the gentleman from LMD2. But if anybody asks me, we will definitely help them with the process as much as possible, as much as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
As the gentleman mentioned in LMD2 about closing the playground.
So the big issue.
I didn't see that
Yeah.
listed here.
It is listed. So it's part of that. It's part of the $25,000 CIP line item.
Oh, I
is
see it
to-
above it.
yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at a failed part. Okay.
Yeah, it's to remove the pour in place surfacing there, but also the playground there. It's met its useful life. So we're gonna start needing replacement parts. This district cannot fund those replacement parts, and they can't fund these things. So our idea is just completely remove it. We can put in shavings, or we can landscape that area or something just to make it nice, but just remove it, because a playground to replace that's going to be extremely expensive, and there's no money in this district whatsoever.
Thank you.
Berwin? So
Mayor?
rubberized surface is horrible.
Oh, may I suggest, Mayor, one option might be that the council could consider, if the residents are interested in working with their neighbors and bringing forward those petitions. The 1 year clock comes up in when, Amanda, when is 1 year? November?
November 15th.
Okay, so in November. So one option would be in my mind, as an idea, would be for the council to adopt these resolutions, go to the roll, but we could hold the playground removal in abeyance until we see if a petition's come forward. If we have a petition in hand coming forward that's saying that we're going to do this, then we can move forward with the ballot and we can hold it in abeyance. If that in the ballot could happen in November. If not, then we can proceed with the playground removal. That way, it's always a little bit of a fine line to the residents here. If we say that we're going to remove a playground, then we're accused of threatening, right? But if we don't say, then some residents feel we didn't share all the information. So I think we did the very best to try to share without trying to sound like we were being punitive or that, the sky would fall. But the reality is we do need to make these budgets balanced, that the hills were developed, like lot of new developments were designed to pay their own way so that the existing taxpayers in Norco would not have to fund the amenities and improvements in these new neighborhoods. So that's how they were set up to be self-sufficient. But they need some increases to stay self-sufficient. So just as an idea for you, you could do that, adopt tonight, direct us to hold in abeyance those removals until we see if we get the residents are able to get some traction with their neighbors.
And the other thing to note too is these budgets that we presented tonight don't include the cuts. So these are the budgets. If we did include the cuts, then we would see a reduction, but these budgets are set without any cuts tonight.
Is the playground safe? I mean, is the rubberized surface safe? I mean, is it safe? You're not going to speak. How about the bathroom? Is it used?
It is vandalized quite often, and that is the problem. That is the problem with the bathroom. It's vandalized all the time. It's costing us even more money to go out there with graffiti removal. They dump the blue stuff that's in there. It's a temporary bathroom, and just to replace all that, and it's this time and money to keep doing that. The playground surfacing needs to be replaced immediately, and that's my recommendation.
Unfortunately, I mean, I have rubberized surface at our business, and it has to be certified. So if somebody gets hurt,
When is the deadline for submitting a petition if neighbors are able to get a petition with the signatures that they need?
They would need to submit it before November. We couldn't start those proceedings until after November. So.
Okay, so so they have until November.
Yes.
Amanda, so I just want to make sure we're careful with this. Like as in our outreach, and like you're saying that maybe we delay some of this, that we have to be careful with FPPC guidelines, correct? That we can't, Colin, you can explain it better than I, but I think we need to be careful that, well, if you vote this way or that way, and we'll hold that off to the side. We tread carefully.
We do, and in fact, we got a FPPC opinion on these specific signs we used in this case,
Right.
just to make sure that we were on the right side of the subjective test that they have.
So I think a lot of it is in the tone that we take, but to provide factual information that is perfectly okay, that this playground has reached its useful life. There's a plan for its removal included in the draft budget. So, but that's just factual information. Now, some might receive that poorly. We can't control that, but we can legally share information to help residents make a decision on that ballot process. So, and we always run those things through Colin to make sure we're okay.
Most of the
No, he reviewed everything. Everything we sent out, Colin reviewed.
So,
Put him on his toes. a bit.
so what is the pleasure of the council?
I want to come back to the playground because we received a suggestion that we could sort of ask to wait on that. And I understand that we need replacement parts, and as these playgrounds reach their useful life, we're not able to get the replacement parts that they need as things break. Is the playground itself, is the structure safe? Is it missing any parts?
It's worn. It's a worn older unit. It is as safe as it can be. The bigger concern is the poor in-place surfacing around the structure.
Okay.
Is it compacted with holes? It's compacted.
It needs to be either removed or replaced immediately.
What's the square footage on that?
Square footage? Oh, I have to look that up, Kevin. It's not very big at all. It's not very big at all.
It's still gonna cost you $40,000-$50,000 of putting a rubberized surface.
We were estimating like around 25,000 for just that, but now we're just looking at a full removal.
Kevin, I'd suggest that. Put on the recommendations and just, like Lori said, just go slowly on the removals, but um, 1 year it doesn't pass. I'm done with this. We've carried this burden on the LMDs. You know, I think as long as we can.
And it's important to note too that not only did we have these letters, we had 3 public meetings in which we went into
Right.
depth and we answered questions to residents, and these potential cuts were addressed. And we didn't get much participation in those meetings as well. You know, we give you those reports too when we had the 218s. There's not enough participation. And so we don't know if we're going to get a petition that's has 51%.
And if I could just speak to that, though, I would say that this last round was the closest that we've ever come. So I want staff to know that just in the time I've been here, I've seen huge improvements in that. And I think it is about education, and staff certainly doing that part. So maybe now it's, on the residents, and some of them are here this evening, to talk to the neighbors when they're out walking their dogs. We heard they're out walking their dogs, they're going to the park. Just talk to the neighbors and let them know, like, here's what's going on, and help be an extension of the outreach that staff has done so that people understand. But again, I just want to reiterate, staff has done an excellent job, and the jump in participation just in the short time I've been up here has been huge. So I don't want staff to get discouraged. I think the yard signs help, the new communication, the design on the outside of the envelope so folks know, it's not a regular piece of junk mail. I think all of those have been important and good steps forward.
And I just have a question on the ballot language. That language is legal language that we are required to use, correct? Right? Which is why we do so much education, because we can't write it in a way that is in, ordinary, the way that we would talk to our neighbor. We have standard language that we have to use. And so we even postponed those hearings to allow our staff to have more time to really do a bigger push, to get as much education out there as we could. I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
So what is the pleasure of the council to, if what I'm hearing is correct, is to approve it as it stands, but go slow in terms of removing anything? not officially.
Right. So yeah, I would suggest your motion is to adopt, and we will go slowly as we can, but I defer to Amanda and Todd's recommendations and their professional judgment about the safety. If there comes a day where we have to cordon it off, then maybe that's what we're doing. We're cordoning it off, but we won't move to do that until absolutely necessary.
And just to the residents, council really wants to help you guys with this. This is something that was passed prior to any of us sitting here. And ironically, there's two of us sitting here that didn't like the whole thing. I've walked the neighborhood myself. There was another vote that was pretty close to a long time ago. But I'll be happy to go knock on the doors. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. I totally understand the situation that you have. The only reason that, just to give you a bit of history, those were zoned 5 and 10 acre parcels. And we had a council that kind of wasn't truthful. And what they did was they saddled, in order to get half acre parcels, they saddled people in the hills with extra taxes. Not, and to make you feel a little bit better, in the flatlands, they also had to pay for their sewage with special assessments, but they got theirs paid off, and they were actually, in terms of the cost, was actually much higher than what you pay up there. They also had a 30-year bond that they had to pay for sewer and different things like that, which nobody pays anymore because they've already paid it out. But well, we'll do anything we can to help you. Unfortunately, I can't take any. We can't take any more public comments. I apologize, but you can always call us. You can get any of our phone numbers. We really do want to help you. So with that, so what's that?
So you want these individual?
That's best practice, yes.
All right. The first
But,
is,
sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, we can try to do it all together, and if anything gets wonky, then we'll stop and do them one at a time.
all right.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2024-35. That's LMD number 1, Beezer. Motion to adopt resolution number 2024-36. That's LMD number 2, Western Pacific. Resolution number 2024-37, LMD number 3, Centex. Resolution 2024-38, LMD 4, Norco Ridge Ranch. Resolution number 2024-39, LMD number 5, Hawks Crest.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous.
Thank you all. Moving on to 7B, Proposition 218, Public Protest Hearing, a resolution adjusting solid waste service rates. Director Blaze.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. As council's aware, we adopted a new franchise agreement on March 6th.
Is your microphone on?
Yep. Waste management. All right, start. On March 6th, we adopted a new franchise hauler agreement. It's a new 10-year agreement. As part of that process, for tonight, we need to actually adopt the proposed rates that were negotiated as part of that agreement. In order to do that process, you have to hold a Prop 218 public hearing, which requires the city to send out notices to all owners and tenants 45 days prior to the public hearing. The city did send out those notices. We sent over 9,000 notices out to property owners and tenants. I do want to highlight a couple items. The rates that were negotiated as part of the contract to start, which would be effective July 1, predominantly were reduced rates, especially on the primary services, residential and commercial. So, which was a huge win for the city, and I appreciate all the help that went into that process between the staff and the the group, Measure Group, that's Measure Group, the trash group that helped negotiate that contract, and our consultants that helped. I do want to also highlight that as part of the agreement, which we did negotiate as part of that, the costs related to holding the public hearing are borne by the trash hauler. So when this is all said and done, they will end up paying for the cost for the development of the letter, our attorney that reviewed that letter, outside counsel for the Prop 218 hearing, and the printing services, et cetera. So that's something that's all taken care of by the process. And then in 5 years, when we do the next hearing, again, that cost will be borne by the waste hauler, because any Prop 2 hearing we have to do for rate adoption is always paid by the hauler. So traditionally, when you're doing Prop 218 hearings, they're for a maximum 5-year period. That's why this is only for a 5-year period. And then at that 5-year mark, we will do another public hearing. So if this is approved tonight, this will go through and be effective through the next 5 years. And then we'll come back again at that time, do another Prop 280 hearing at that time. In regards to how the hearing and the process works, basically, if a preponderance of the property owners or even tenants of properties, primarily property owners, submit written protests indicating they oppose the rate adjustments that we're doing, then the measure would be required by law to be not passed. To date, in talking with the clerk, we have not received a single written protest regarding that, which is amazing. Like I said, I've done several of these rate hearings before, and to not have one shows it's a pretty good result. This Prop 218 not only addresses the rates themselves that would be adopted, but it also addresses the annual increases that are allowed per the contract that are capped at 4%. You might recall in our previous agreements, the franchise agreement, there was no cap. It was something we had to really work through and understand why they need adjustment, et cetera. So now going forward, that cap is basically fixed based off of a process using a CPI. And so therefore, it's just a very simple, direct process. And that process is each of the 5 years. So we don't have to come back each year and review that. It's an internal process that staff can do based off of those findings. And we would report that, obviously, what those new rates would be. And we would certainly publish those rates also. But we don't have to come back each time and review all the information and wonder if the validity of the information, et cetera. So it's really good. And I also, again, want to highlight that adjustment period or how it's done is actually lower than our neighboring cities, which they have a higher percentage that they've allowed. So again, pretty good bargaining that we did for the benefit of the residents. With that, I think we're good and have to answer any questions you may have. We basically just need to see if there's any additional comments. But at this point, we have not received a single protest in regards to the hearing.
Catherine? Robin? Greg?
Being one of the members of the trash group. Okay.
How could you have any questions?
Well, I would like you to explain the Prop 218 5 years from now. Because, and I'm trying to recall how we wrote that in the agreement. Obviously, there's a 4% cap yearly through the life of the contract. But in 5 years, what were some of the provisions that we would have where we would consider a rate increase?
Beyond the traditional rate increase, or are you talking
Yeah,
about?
outside of the 4% maximum.
There are, and I understand. So there are extraordinary circumstances that the hauler can come and request the city consider, and we would meet with them and confer and potentially negotiate on that. For example, if there was a change, an extraordinary cost, say, give an example, let's say COVID happened again, and there was some extraordinary cost they were born to, and it had to experience that raised their operating costs that they felt should be passed on because of an extreme situation, then that'd be something in theory that they have a chance to come back and request it. It's not automatic. It's always a request that we would consider. There are also the issues where all of a sudden, if the law changes and it basically mandates that as part of the trash service, something be done or a process be followed that wasn't originally part of the existing trash hauler contract and what they bid for, that is another item that comes forward to review and to see if it's justifiable for an additional increase. So, and there always have to be significant reasons of why we would consider that.
Because I know we talked about electric vehicles.
It's another
And then
example.
like if the state mandated that it had to be that way.
Correct. Like, for example, right now the state has mandated that the haulers have a certain percentage of electric
Correct.
vehicles in their organization. If they then change it and said they must have all vehicles, now it hits everybody. Because right now it's not each city or each entity has to have a certain percentage. It's their physical responsibility to have 50% within the organization. And how they apply those costs is really up to them. But if the state came in and said, for example, now it has to be 100% of all your service area, or minimum of 50% of each, of the company, however they want to say it. If it's regulatory related, then it's something they can come ask, and we would look at that, negotiate that, determine what is a fair increase for what the state is now required.
Thanks, Chad.
Erwin? Do we have any public comments?
I have one speaker card, Dave Stockton.
Hi, Dave. Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, I saved my public comment because I got read from it. But anyway, my words here tonight may be a little abrasive. I don't mean to attack any of you personally. But I spoke here about 4 years ago to protest the water rate increase. And these are just inevitable with the way the government is run today. I see a never-ending. In fact, everybody seems to be fine with paying more and getting less. But anyway, I'm going to read from this statement, and please don't anybody take it personally, because it's not directed at any of you. But I wrote this out, and I figured I'd just come down here and deliver it. So anyway, to the Norco City Council, I said, I'm the property owner. My name's Dave Stockton. I live at 4018 Mount Ingalls, up by Pikes Peak Park. And I strongly oppose the proposed rate increases for so-called adjustments to the refuse collection rates. I have no doubt that this objection will be met with deaf ears and deposited in the circular file. We do not live in a democracy where majority rules, but rather we are represented by elected officials. In this case, it's you guys. As it's so painfully evident of government today at all levels, from federal to state to county down to local, the elected officials do not represent the will of the people. They are not responsive to the needs and wants of their constituency and often decide to the contrary. Your public meeting is merely a formality, a dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's, if you will. Your minds have all been made up, I'm sure, as to passing this adjustment. And a non-response is counted as a yes vote in your ridiculously rigged public hearing. The city should be legally required to get the consent of 51% or more of the registered account holders to be able to implement a rate increase of any kind, a threshold you know you would never attain. Government is not the friend, but the enemy of the people. It is corrupt, inefficient, bloated, incompetent, and a horrible steward of the taxpayers' money. Reckless and misguided spending over decades of stolen Americans' tax dollars and have resulted in out-of-control inflation that will only get worse and much worse. Now, tone my words down, crap always flows downhill. So what happens in Washington and Sacramento makes its way to Riverside and to Norco. The taxpayer is always the victim of reckless government overspending and always the go-to by government to stem its financial woes. If the amount of refuse being collected is having a serious impact on landfills, diminishing landfill space, and the need to conserve natural resources, why does this country have open borders allowing millions of illegal migrants to flood in and materially contribute to this problem? Why are there no limits on overdevelopment or overpopulation? What hypocrisy. Taxpayers and ratepayers have to stand up to this never-ending absurdity. Hold your government accountable. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
I have no further public comment, Mayor.
Bring you back to council for discussion and action.
Well, I just kind of wanted to make a general comment. I agree with a lot of the comments the speaker made. But I believe one of the reasons that we show 0 to 1 protest letters is that these rates went down. It's not a rate increase. And I shouldn't say it, but the social media uproar by some potential council candidates failed. So I think that's the big thing to me, is that's why we saw so little protests, is because the rates went down.
So Mayor Pro Tem, if I'm not mistaken, I think you figured it out, because my understanding was there were comments that it's lower now, but next year it's going to be right back where it was or higher. And I thought you did the calculations. How long will it take for the rates to get back to what they currently are
Just
today?
The general, the 3-cart scenario was 5 years. At a maximum, the reduction in the rates today, right? And then using just a 4% maximum CPI increase every year, it would be at the 5th year, it would equal the rates that we're paying today. Actually, it was like 4.5, so I rounded to.
Thank you.
I'll just add thank you to the subcommittee that worked on this, the trash committee for taking out the trash. We many of us promised and committed to going out to bid, and we went out to bid, and that was the best decision that we could have made. And we're getting more services for less money. The contract we had before, there was no cap on the increase, and so we saw that when the CPI went way up these last couple of years. We had to adjust our rates by that amount, and now it will be capped, as Councilmember Newton spoke about. So in almost all, I didn't calculate the exact percentage, but in the majority of very few rates, went up by a small amount. The majority of rates went down. So in this case, I think we did a good job. So, but certainly we understand your point of view with many things. Things do go up, costs do go up, and this happens quite a bit with government. So thank you for your public comment.
I'll chime in. I know one medium to large ranch that's saving almost $400 a month, so I'm pretty happy about that. And I have to thank Waste Management, because they allowed us to they allowed us to negotiate with them. But we did save money. But I actually do agree with quite a few of the comments that the speaker made myself. Berwin, anything?
I'd move to approve.
Do we hear a second?
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to 7C, Zone Code Amendment 2024-3, City of Norco. Director Robles.
Yes.
I'm not
good
going to
evening.
read it all.
No, that's fine. Members of the City Council, Agenda Item 7C is on Code Amendment 2023, excuse me, 2024-03. This is a city initiated amendment to amend the ADU ordinance in the New York Municipal Code. I'm going to be very brief. So what it's doing is basically clarifying the provisions for the requirements for parking for ADUs. What it's doing is basically removing the provision for a two-car garage or a single-car covered garage. As the council may recall probably maybe I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, we made the provision to allow ADUs within all the residential zones in the city via the requirements of the state. And at one point, we required a two-car garage. We submitted the ordinance to HDD, and they said, no, you can't require a two-car garage. They basically said if you require a garage, it doesn't have to be covered, so to speak. So nonetheless, because of that ordinance, the provision for a two-car garage still remained. We never took it out. So this evening, that's what we're here to do, to remove that provision for a garage and just basically comply with HCD that, it doesn't have to be covered. So this amendment to the code is removing it, basically in a nutshell, a no attached garage or carport. The carport came a directive from our planning commission, so we include a carport is allowed with a detached accessory dwelling unit. And this is for when somebody's going to develop a new ADU. In addition to that, there's a few other cleanup items like consistency with the government code sections, is one of them. And then the other one is, amending cross references with respect to the two-car garage. And another one is making provision for 50 square feet for an exterior habitable space, meaning like a patio or a porch, but within the confines of the 1,200 square feet for an ADU. And I believe that is it. Also, there's a clarification on the percentage of an ADU when you convert a portion of your house. It's limited to 50%. So we just had to add it just to make sure that, you don't leave the main dwelling, 10% as opposed to 50%. So with that, I will conclude and answer any questions. So thank you.
Robin?
And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance.
Robin, anything? Catherine?
Just the removal of the garage piece takes out that loophole, right?
Yes,
Because
correct.
previously you could have your 1,280 square foot ADU, and then you could also have an attached garage then on top of that.
Mhm.
So by removing that, we're limiting the footprint in all cases to 1,200.
That is correct. And they wouldn't be able to construct a garage within the 1,200 square feet either. So
Greg? Berwin? Do we have any public comments?
No public comment, Mayor.
Closing public comments, bringing it back to council for discussion and action. Just for the record, it's interesting. This is one of those instances where we're being forced to do something, and I don't really have a problem with the ADUs because we have so many in the town, but it's just another one of these things where they're stripping away local control and people don't understand the person at the podium is losing their power. So do we have a motion? Do we have a discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Mr. Mayor, can I read title?
Yep.
This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norco, California, approving Zone Code Amendment 2024-03, a city-initiated amendment to Title 18, Section 183046, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, updating, clarifying the provisions for parking, unit size, exterior living areas, and cross-references to state ADU law in response to SB 477.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to 7D, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norco, California, amending Norco Municipal Code, Chapter 6.42 Municipal Refuse, Manure, and Recycling Collection, and Chapter 6.45 City of Norco Manure Management and Disposal Code Amendment 2024-6. Director Blaze.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to give a brief description on this item here, this is also in relation to and as a result of the waste management contract that we just did. We want to spend some time making sure, because of the new laws and requirements and regulations, that we made sure we updated the ordinances, municipal code, to make sure that we are compliance and gotten outdated things in and new items in. So it's just really a house cleaning item to help cover us over the next several years, hopefully without any major changes from the state, but we'll see. So real quick, this is regarding chapter 6.42, which is municipal refuse, manure, and recycling, and then 6.45, which is specifically more governed related to the city of Norco's manure management disposal. The primary reasons for making these changes, as I indicated, is expansion of the definitions. So we had a lot of definitions that we really wanted to add, make sure it's for all our benefit, especially staff, and helping address issues within the city. Another one is adjusting the billing and customer service, because that's now going to be done by the franchise hauler. Our previous municipal code had a lot of language in there regarding how we bill and how we would do that process, appeals, etc. But now it's all being done by the waste hauler. So we removed a lot of that language, clarified what we would be doing. It's expansion of all the items related to SB 1383 and organics. There's a lot of requirements in there related to that. We wanted at least, a lot of it's related to definitions of how things are done, but we wanted to at least highlight a lot of that language that we're currently going to be using as of today. And then adding some clarifying language related to manure disposal. You know, we wanted to highlight that, you know, number one, that in regard to manure disposal, Waste Management is not has a sole franchise for manure disposal. But there is a caveat that if folks that want to self-haul, they can do that. If they want to use a third party, they can, but there's requirements in that they can't use somebody that's duplicating the same services that are available by Waste Management. Meaning, we have, like, for example, we have one vendor in town that uses their own dump truck and backhoe that they bring on site. They pick up waste that's being stockpiled by residents. That's not duplication of a service. So we want to clarify that. Number one, it is not a sole franchise for Waste Management, and others can bring a service in if they want to, but it cannot duplicate what Waste Management does make available. So we made that clear in the language to clarify that. It also highlights what the requirements will be over those third-party entities, meaning they have to get a business license. The entities that are going to be quote self-hauling or using a third-party vendor need to give us need to obtain a permit for that. It's an easy application, it's no fee. It just helps us understand which ones are using an alternate source, whether that's self-haul or through a third-party hauler, to make sure all the documentation for that hauler is being provided, which most importantly is where the material is going and what's the tonnage. We want to get that for our annual reporting requirements with the state. So we'll certainly be doing some outreach with all the community to try to find out all those entities that are not only self-hauling in that process, but actually are using third-party haulers to do that, so we can get them all into compliance so that there's not an issue going forward. I do want to highlight, since we published the public hearing and the information for your review, there was a conflict with some information that was pointed out by Councilman Grunmeyer and a couple other edits. So I want to highlight this one that's in conflict, and it's related to best management practices in 6.42180 and 6.45040. And it basically indicates, one says manure composting is prohibited and shall be in violation of this chapter, and the other one states that manure composting is prohibited without receiving a composting permit from the Director of Public Works. And that's was not the intent. And these were actually language that existed prior that we just didn't catch were in conflict. And so we want to correct that. And the intent was, if you recall, in 2022, we actually added composting being allowed in the city. But one of the elements that when we discussed that was we didn't want a full-fledged composting of manure, and that's all you were composting. We wanted to make sure it was a balanced composting process, putting greens and organics, etc. So it in the language where it says manure composting is meant to say you can't just do that as a singular item. but we didn't catch the fact that it says you could do it. And so there's a so we want to make sure we get that corrected. Our recommendation on that is to actually use 6.4218C's language, which is manure composting is a singular activity is prohibited and shall be a violation of both chapters. So we would change 6.4504C2 to that same language. However, when it comes to composting, I wanted to highlight that the acceptable materials is actually not very clear when it comes to manure. So how would somebody know that they could put manure in their composting in a proper balance? It just mentions in here that certain items are available, which includes certain animal waste, but doesn't say what those are. And where in item F, which I don't have here, it actually says which animal waste you can't use, which is primarily cat and dog. So kind of in general reference, it's pretty much most animal waste except cat or dog. But we want to make sure it's balanced when we do that. So my recommendation is that we add, at the end of this paragraph here, we add the use of manure and composting must not exceed 20% of the composting area. So if you have a certain area that's, let's say 20 by 20, and it's a foot high, you just can't have more than 20% of manure of the total material that's there. So we ensure that it's balanced and not improper. Again, I'm going to just be candid. That was a number I picked out of the air. It was not based off of any study or analysis. It was mainly just trying to highlight that we want to reinforce that you can use manure. It's just we don't want to have a large percentage of the balance of what you're using. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council have any questions? Catherine? Greg?
Will you be the one coming out and checking the 20%?
I hope not.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I hope not.
I've been nice to Chad for months. It's gonna change.
Manure meter?
Page 573 of 628. And it's just kind of a clarification and almost touches base what Alma talked about earlier. Manure storage on private property. Number 3, manure storage, whether in a cart, dumpster, bin, roll-off structure shall be stored at least 35 feet from the nearest neighborhood dwelling unit. So let's say you have a resident that has his composting area all per code, all in place, and the next door neighbor builds an ADU 4 feet from the property line. Who is that grandfathered in? Do we address that?
Can you? I don't have page numbers on mine. Can you give me a section?
Sure. A. It's 6.4218200 best management practices. Then A, manure storage, item 3.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, as I read this, I do not think that the manure storage area would be grandfathered in. I think that it would need to be moved.
It would have to be moved? And
I think so, yes. It's 35 feet from a dwelling unit.
we'll take this a step further. It also says somewhere in another code, not manure, like your stalls, things like that must be 35 feet from a property line.
I think we could probably add to the end of that sentence, the nearest neighboring dwelling unit at the time the manure storage area was installed, and then there would be a grandfather.
Well, something needs to be cleaned up because it not only is manure, but it's animal keeping structures, distance from property line. And then from firsthand experience, a neighbor builds an ADU 4 feet from your property line. And now, not using myself, but the burden's on me to move everything? I don't think so.
We can clean that up.
So do you clean that up for the next meeting or do you do it now?
Correct. We'd bring something back that would allow the manure storage area to be grandfathered in. We'd bring
Okay.
exact text back into the
Or
second reading.
barns or paddocks or
Right.
everything?
That would be a different change that would need to come back because that's a different part of the code.
Yeah,
Correct?
so, I
Right,
mean,
yes,
let's
but we
address
could
it-
make the
address
change to
this
this
on the-
code and then ask for that to
Right,
be
and
brought
so I'm
back.
just addressing it today on the manure storage.
Yeah.
Because part of that composting area is a concrete structure, right? And could have a roof on it and all of that, right?
But that change can be made in the second, it comes back in the second reading.
Correct.
We don't need to start over.
Okay, we're
Yes.
we're good on that. And then it was just six 6.42.200 third party haulers. And we've had discussions with our subcommittee on how we were going to handle all of this. The only thing I noticed, Chad, was in the middle of that paragraph, third-party haulers must have city business license and provide Public Works Department with quarterly and annual tonnage reports. All fine and good, but we don't measure, excuse me, we don't mention insurance. And should we mention insurance, or is that going to be a requirement, limits or whatever, or is that part of the business license?
To be candid, in general, we found it difficult to require insurance related to this. I don't know if it's required as part of the business license process. I'm not familiar with the business license process in regards to what level that would be and to what are they insuring towards?
It was a conversation that we had
Yeah.
with that, and with some of the larger ranches that use a third-party hauler, it was kind of an acceptable, I'm good with that, right? That they should have a business license, right? They should do diversion reports, and they should have insurance.
And I think it's a question of, is it insurance for their vehicles, just protection, or some sort of insurance for the city in indemnifying us and their activity? I think that's the question.
Okay.
And so what would that look like?
Lori wants to chime in.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mayor. Yeah, so I think the
Sorry.
question, no, it's okay. Thinking this through, so the third party hauler has no business relationship with the city in this scenario, right? They have their contractual relationship is with the ranch that they're serving. So for that reason, I'm not sure we would require them to insure us because we're not a party to the business, right?
Right.
Yeah, and we do not,
I think that's the discussion we had,
Okay.
like us being additional insured. It was just,
that they must just be insured in general.
Yeah.
I see, like to be a legitimate business
I
carrier.
didn't know if that was part of like the business license.
No, we don't have any insurance requirements for the business license.
And
I
this
mean, if
was
they're
an
a general-
acceptable, with some of the large ranches that we
Yeah.
contacted.
Would it be, unless it's by the nature of their business, if they're required to have insurance, like if they're a general contractor of some kind, or is there anything in their the waste management people left? I was just wondering if any of the haulers that have relationships with some of the processors. Yeah,
I don't let chewers, I don't let vets, everybody, they're required to have insurance when they come on my property.
So maybe that burden is
Maybe it's on
not
the
on us,
property owner.
it's on.
I would say this,
The
we
property
could,
owner.
as part of, we're going to be issuing them a permit, right?
Yeah, and that's what we looked at is, the permit is going to be with the resident, and because they're either doing self-hauling or they're
Right.
using a third-party hauler, they get a permit, and it's with them, and they're responsible ultimately for making sure the vendor they're using has a business license, and also that they're submitting the reports, such that if we're not getting the reports in, then what we would end up doing is pulling their permit to do that, and then we can actually issue citations because they're not in compliance with the municipal code at that time. So it's more of making sure that educating the resident that, look, whoever you hire, we just need to get reports, and they need a business license. Pretty straightforward. You're choosing to use them. Whatever happens with them is between you and that hauler that you're using for that one service. For us, we tried to make it very simple in that make sure that business license, they're in town. That's a bare minimum. And then at that point is you've got to help me get these quarterly reports. It's not me chasing them. You got to help get them for me and just say no from the beginning. Here's what you need to do. Here's what it should look like, etc.
Like I said, we had talked about it and I just noticed it wasn't in
Mayor, for me, I was thinking that maybe that's something we could encourage the resident who gets the permit, like as a provision of the permit language, like we would encourage the hauler you choose to ask the hauler you choose if they carry liability insurance so that you can, you know, minimize your own.
Wonder if people who are going to use that service understand it's on them.
Right.
I
Well,
think
and
that's,
sorry, we require for solicitor sidewalk and roadside vendors, they're required to have liability insurance to get a permit in the city of Norco. So we do require liability insurance in that case.
Part of the, the business permit.
The issue here, though, I think is Chad's structured this so that it's not the business getting the permit, it's the resident.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we mainly did because it was just easier to implement because it's the entity
For sure,
versus the
yeah.
chasing down. It could be 5 different groups and just
Right.
we're focusing with the resident. Again, we want to support them doing this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
Option.
essence of it. We want to, certainly with the large
Yeah, well,
ranches
given
that use
the-
an outside hauler, 100%.
I would imagine if the homeowner has to carry the insurance, they might as well just go with waste management. Because the insurance, right now, ranch insurance, mine is tripled. So,
I was just curious that wasn't in there.
It's similar like the franchise fee, and it just became very difficult to come up. It's just so we thought let's simplify it for now. If we needed to modify it later, we could because maybe issues were occurring or other parties were coming in and it's getting willy-nilly. We could look at the issue, but we thought let's just keep it as simple so that the existing folks aren't impacted. We're just asking to do some paperwork.
Right.
We're not nothing's being charged to you. It's a free permit. It's just we need you to get us some information that we need for the state. We need some verification that they just have a business license. You know, which we know the one hauler that's out there doesn't have a business license yet. And they've been out there for years. So small thing for the business person to pay. It's not going to be some giant thing passed through onto them where all of a sudden their rates have to go up from that hauler. So it's bare minimum right now. So I think it's a good deal.
Oh, yeah. And like Chad mentioned, Kevin, that they're not going to impose any franchise fees.
good deal.
It was all to support the large ranches that use a third-party hauler.
Berwin?
Well, excuse me, I thought if you had a business license, you had to have insurance.
I don't know. I don't do those things. I apologize. And I'll check on that just to verify whether they do or don't.
Well, then I want my money back because every time I bought a business license, I had to show insurance.
No, the business license part of it, we do not require it. However, like for facilities or community services, when they're doing their events, it's their requirement.
If you think about it, it's because business license is a taxing function. It's not a regulatory function. So although it sometimes the line can get a little squishy, it's really primarily a taxing function.
Any other comments? Any public comments?
Williams, one speaker, Mike Williams.
Mike.
Good evening again. This falls right in my wheelhouse. We had our transportation company, any city or any county entity that we did any business with, we were required to have a business license. We had to have proof of our general liability insurance, and it wasn't just any old insurance. Usually it was A paper, top of the line. We had to provide workman's comp, which drove me crazy because I didn't allow anybody on my equipment. And that was the only way that anybody outside of my realm could get hurt. And they said, well, you might get hurt. I said, I can't insure myself with workman's comp. It doesn't work that way. Didn't matter. We had to provide all that. The licensing that they may do here as a business license can be required by a city. However, because of laws that have been tried and tested, wherever their domicile is, they should have a business license there. They can't be charged twice. Okay, so the city can require a business license, but technically they can't charge for it if this isn't where the vehicle or where the business is domiciled. Okay, but they do have to provide and are required to provide the general liability that they have on their company. And as far as additionally insured goes, it was kind of a mixed master of different cities and counties of what they would require us to do. But a lot of them required an additionally insured to protect the city because you're coming through it, you know, pretty heavy weights. If they do something, break something underground, utilities or anything of that nature, who's going to be responsible for that? So that's why, and cities didn't blink. They did not blink. This is what we want. If you want to do business here, you're going to provide this. So I think you're well within your rights to do that and have these people prove that they're legitimate businesses and that they're operating in the city legally and safely. My 2 cents.
Thank you, Mike.
I have no further comment, Mayor.
Some public comments. I personally think we need to figure out a way for those haulers to have insurance. I mean, to put it on the homeowner, I mean, it's kind of strange. I know we're trying to get in, but let's say they do something wrong and drive through somebody's house and don't have insurance. So that's on the person I mean, because I know that Waste Management has insurance. If they drive through my house, I'm covered by them. So why wouldn't a waste hauler who's private be the same way?
Again, I think it's more of, a waste hauler doesn't have a contract with us. So it's a contract with a private resident. And all we're simply doing is trying to document those folks that are out that they're doing that. And part of this goal was try to minimize any increase that might occur. So we thought the bare minimum was if property A wants to use a third-party vendor, they just come in and get a no-fee permit from us, identifying that they're doing the service, who they're using, and we verify that the company they're using has a business license. So that's pretty easy for us, and they're good. Whether they have insurance or not,
I don't even think a homeowner, for somebody coming on and off their property where there's horses involved, I'll bet they can't even get insurance to insure that vehicle coming on the property. I'll bet they won't be able to do it. It would come under their general, but as soon as you start talking about somebody hauling a flammable material on and off your property, insurance companies are going to be like, they're not going to insure that. Or
How about for the sake of, how about we give this a shot? Like, why don't we just have language that says they must have a business license and carry general liability insurance, and just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then when they come to the resident, we'll just ask them for a copy of their general liability. They're not naming the city as an additional insured. But what I'm hearing the council is you're concerned about the resident. You're wanting to make sure the hauler's a legitimate business that's got the basics, a business license and some general
Insurance.
liability. Okay. If that's what you want to do, we can do that. And if we hit problems with that, then we can always readdress it in the code.
sound good? All right. Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a second?
Just for discussion, just to clarify, are you good with the changes that I recommended as far as the language with your approval?
Do I hear a second?
Every title, thank you.
Yep.
Ordinance number 1118, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norco, California, amending Norco Municipal Code, Chapter 642, Municipal Refuse, Manure, and Recycling Collection, and Chapter 645, City of Norco, Manure Management and Disposal, Code Amendment 2024-06.
Mayor, and just to be clear, with the changes that have been noted in the discussion. Thank you.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimously.
All right, moving on. Does city staff have any communications? Yes, Amanda. We are trying to leave, you know that, right?
In the hallway, I've been approached by many people here tonight for an agenda item that they thought was going to be on for the trails for the pavers. So we had 2 people here, a woman and a gentleman. So I just wanted to let you know that they thought that was going to be agendized tonight. That's it.
Mayor, I also spoke with a resident and let them know that was not on tonight's agenda, but they understand there was a resident that was circulating a flyer, which we all saw copies of. So, but that's not on tonight's agenda. Yes.
Yeah, but I spoke to the resident last week and I said that she wanted to do a petition, all kinds of stuff. And I said, well, what you probably should do is simply make a public comment, public comments and ask to have it agendized. I said it probably would then be sent back to Streets and Trails. That would be my assumption if it were to be agendized in some form or fashion. And I also told her, I said, you know, you're probably going to face some opposition also. So, but I thought I made it clear to her, and next thing I knew, I guess that flyer was going out. So my suggestion to her was public comments. Any other comments by staff? Robin? Catherine?
A couple of things. Just want to thank the Veterans Commission and staff for a lovely Memorial Day ceremony. It was very well attended and it was lovely. So thank you for everyone who worked on that. And the second thing, have we ever done any education on public comment, city council, how it works? I feel like there's some misunderstanding on how city council meetings work in terms of this flyer going around and agendas, just a general, you know, maybe how to make a public comment or, you know, how do you, I just think that there was a lack of education and then misinformation went out to residents and they thought something was happening when it wasn't. So
I explained it to the woman probably 7 times. I repeated it over and over and over again. I understand that sometimes they just don't really understand, but I told her it would have to be a future agenda. I explained the whole process. So.
We can put that in a future, like, top stories, like, did you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel badly about it. Berwin? Greg?
Well, to Catherine's comment, you know, a lot of it's just that social media nonsense that just generates itself.
yes.
Yeah.
So anything we can do to just
Yeah.
let people know how the process works, I think is helpful. But yes, I second your comment.
Okay, Chad. No, this has been, I've been good with you for months, okay? Months and months. So on May 29th, you sent a letter to council. This is on speed limits, regulations, and truck routes. Okay. And it was the engineer's opinion. And I'll respect your opinion. I'll respect the engineer's opinion. But the engineer doesn't live here. Okay. And I was approached at the general plan meeting also. As a council directive, so I would ask my colleagues, we need to agendize it or vote on this. California Avenue, 25 miles an hour. Hamner Avenue from the bridge, I don't know why we increase it up to 50 miles an hour when we have a horse crossing between Detroit and 6th Street, that we should reduce that appropriately on Hamner Avenue. 3rd Street from Hamner to Valley View, I believe that's 35 miles an hour right now. That should be 25 miles an hour. And 1st Street, which is 30 miles an hour, which is strictly a residential street, to have that 25 miles an hour. And I don't care if it's 85th percentile or whatever, that it's, I'm sorry, you're staring at me, Robin?
Yeah, can you explain first where on First Street you're saying it's
1st Street
strictly
between
residential?
Valley View and Corona Avenue,
And that's not 25 right now.
30 miles an hour.
Okay. That's very odd.
And that's just horse trails. You know, by Stacy Turner's. Yeah. And so I appreciate the study, 85% percentile and all of that, but we have to change it. And so if we need to agendize that, and I also have, if we agendize it, I have one more question that I would like the sheriff to address when we do. And that is, and say more specifically with the, looking at a truck route on California and reducing the speed limit, if our chief could address that would be enforceable by the sheriff for speed limits. It would not be?
Yeah, so if I can,
And then,
State law.
yeah, if I can speak to that. So yes, the short answer is yes, you can certainly agendize this. Your speed limits are set by resolution. The ordinance refers to a resolution where you set those speeds by street. The issue is whether or not you want your speeds to be enforceable. So you can set, you as a council absolutely have the authority to set on a sign any speed you want. But in order for signs to be enforceable by the sheriff's department or any law enforcement, they have to meet the requirements of the state law, which is the 85th percentile, and then adjusted. We can take adjustments for equestrian streets, which we have. So but we've taken those adjustments already. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Yes, you can, but then your speed survey is not legitimate and you can't enforce. So
you're saying
Our speeds were actually a state legislator thing.
yeah, because you have to do the 85th percentile. So when we say it's set by state law, it's because it's really just purely math. It's the 85th percentile, which is ridiculous. I'm not defending the standard. It's awful because it just means the faster people go, the faster the speed limits get, which is ridiculous. But it was a correction in the late 80s, in the 80s really, from back before that time when cities went too far and dropped speed limits way down to try to just write tickets, right? So the state law swung, the pendulum kind of swung the other way and said, cities, you're bad, your speed limits are ridiculous. We're going to make you set them based on this 85th percentile so that you can't write as many tickets. But now we all realize that's got its own set of problems, right? You've created residential areas with 50-mile-an-hour speed limits. So the state, but that is the state of the law today. With the adjustments, like for example, we do take a 5 points up, 5 mph off for equestrian zones, and we do take that credit. There has been a big study going on at the state for a number of years talking about swinging the pendulum back to the middle, but they haven't done it yet. So unfortunately, that is the state of the law.
well, I think we should have that discussion. Even if we can't write traffic tickets, maybe the sign will slow one person down. And like I said, part of that discussion last week was, you look at California Avenue, it's primarily a residential street with a lot of horse activity on it, equestrian activity, excuse me. It's kind of what I'm asking. Yeah, the second.
Can we get how long ago it was that all of our studies were done that it determined that some of these speed limits? So, okay, it was all of them? Okay, okay.
But also there's a
Thank
date
you.
for like
That was recent.
It's not
the dispensation that we received, right? Being an equestrian community.
I think Chad kind of discussed it in the memo. Yeah.
Yeah, 2003 is when Frank Hall and they all went to Sacramento when they got the speed limit lowered. But I don't even know about the equestrian unit, but they went up there and they actually, Norco got a special kind of dispensation and they actually went up there and got it done. It was actually done by an assembly and senate action. That's why we got, because the speed used to be 35 miles an hour. So maybe I wonder. Been around too long, Berwin. Anything else, Greg?
If we could write
Yeah.
tickets, we'd get more revenue and then we could get another motorcycle cop. That's my end.
So did we vote on the, okay, we have a motion and a second.
Second, and please vote.
I close mine up.
Yeah. Mayor Bash
I vote yes.
and Councilmember Hannah.
And
You
just tell her yes or no. That'll work for you.
Yes or no? Yes. Motion passes unanimous.
Anything else? Just a little update on our fight with Riverside. The Friday apparently is the deadline to get letters and emails in, letters, emails, phone calls. There's been a full court press to try to turn one of the council people by everybody from Chad Bianco to Congressman Calvert to everybody is called. And they're just completely resistant apparently. Apparently there's some movement under Sean Mill, but we'll see. Congressman Calvert and Bill Asaley and somebody from Norco, probably me, are going to put together a committee to see if we can figure out a way to underground it. There's so much misinformation. I don't know, 30,000 email texts went out for both Steve Robillard and for Sean Mill. They claim they only got 5 phone calls, maybe 10 emails, but I'm quite certain they got a lot more than that. So Friday would be the deadline. One of the 4 that voted for it would have to sign on, and then 2 others who didn't vote for it also have to sign to do a reconsideration. Congressman Calvert has vowed that he's either going to underground it or kill it. So he's pretty upset, and seems to be anyway. So that's kind of where we're at. And then tonight I would like to close the meeting in honor of a young lady named Taylor Dawkins. I spoke to the dad this morning, and they were totally taken by surprise. They're absolutely devastated. But Taylor graduated from Norco High School in 2017. She was all league 4 years and all county, and she was a Gatorade Player of the Year. Just a remarkable person who fought cancer from 11th grade all the way up to her senior year at Cal Fullerton, where she got a full ride. And then the last year, according to the dad, has just been sheer hell. They think she was cured, then she wasn't, then she was, then she wasn't. And she just hung in there and just, at least publicly, always had a smile, but apparently the last year really began to wear on her. And she went very suddenly. They thought she was asleep. So, in memory of Taylor Dawkins, close the Norco City Council meeting tonight.